September 22nd, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. We continue to operate in a virtual environment and will likely do so through the fall. I would like to ask for patience as we use this platform for our public meetings. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, presentations, and participants. If any participants have issues with the technology, please send a message to the moderator. We have 7 items and 1 committee report on our agenda today. The rezoning cases have all appeared on previous agendas, and many cases were deferred for amended conditions. 2 text changes have not yet been discussed. I would ask the commission members to focus comments and questions on the identified outstanding issues for each request. We may hear an abbreviated staff presentation for items that we have previously appeared before us. I would ask the commissioners to hold all questions until the conclusion of all presentations and any public comments. I would also ask each commissioner to be recognized by the chairperson before speaking. With 7 discussion items on the agenda today, I would ask everyone to be efficient with our time so we can discuss all items. So our first order of business this morning is the committee report. And it's one committee report is from the Text Change Committee that was held on September 15th to discuss TC 1419. Chairman was unable to be there, so I will briefly kind of give a recap of the meeting. This TC 1419 was basically will create a distinction between 3 types of site plan approval. The text change will apply a more rational level of regulation consistent with the amount of change occurring on a property. Staff and Planning Development and the city's attorney office have collaborated on this effort. I will say that we met twice and had a lot of good conversations. And I think the one takeaway that we just look forward to down the road with some additional missing middle policy work is that we can find more ways to accommodate smaller mixed-use infill, as this is starting to really help accommodate smaller residential infill. And I will go ahead, I guess part of the report, it's a little bit awkward, but we did vote it out unanimously for approval after 2 meetings of very thorough discussion and Q&A and amendments. I will go ahead and entertain a motion. I guess I wanted to see if anyone had any questions prior to that. Seeing none, I will go ahead and move approval. Oh.
Chair Thomas?
Yes.
I had a question, and my apologies, I wasn't able to attend the last. And I know that you all went through very extensive discussion and really combed through a pretty complicated text change. I just wondered if you could.
Commissioner Hicks, your voice seems to be going in and out, so just a heads up that.
Okay, is this any better? A little bit, okay, thank you. So I wondered if you could just briefly summarize any discussion you had on public notice related to Tier 1 site plans, or if you had discussion on that. I feel like you all vetted this really well. I just wanted to make sure we were up to date on that conversation.
Thanks for the question. Tier 1 is, to the best of my understanding, is similar to like a plot plan. And so that's like for any house, any addition, anything like that. I don't know. I mean, we did not discuss any change in notification from how things are carried on today. But maybe the staff has a different or has some additional info, but that wasn't really a huge focus for us.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but in my reading, it looked like public notice was removed for ADUs. I'm sure to help move that, encourage those types of projects, which I think they did require before.
Could you
Can you hear me?
Could you repeat that?
Sorry. Let's see. I believe that public notice for ADUs was removed, which was previously required. I believe that's correct. And I'm not opposed to that. I just, if I'm incorrect, correct me, and if not, just wanted to be sure to make note of that.
Travis, are you able to help clarify that? I don't have any recollection of that, but.
Sure, and I, full disclosure, was not at the committee meetings. I know David York was, but I did not receive any report that there was enhanced conversation about removal of that notification. I think what Ms. Hicks is asking about is a previous requirement to provide public notice where an accessory dwelling unit was planned, and that's not contained in this ordinance. If I've misstated that question, please let me know, but that's what I'm understanding at this point. Happy to hear from David if there was any conversation during the committee meeting, but I just did not get a report of that.
This is David. There was no discussion about the notice, and plot plans don't require notice, and that was carried forward to the Tier 1. The attempt was to treat Tier 1 as similar to plot plans as possible, and not create more burden on Tier 1 than there already exists on plot plans. And so the no notice provision was carried forward, but I don't recall it ever being discussed at the last Exchange Committee meeting.
Commissioner Hicks.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm not opposed to that, and it sounds like y'all didn't discuss it. I just wanted to flag it up. I think there was a lot of public input, and there were, we were going through that exchange related to ADUs that public, there was lots of opinions on that. So I just wanted to highlight that, and I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comment. So seeing any more questions? Seeing none, then I will go ahead and move approval of TC 1419. Noting that that TC 1419 is in the public interest and is consistent with goals for the comprehensive plan, and helps to continue creating more aligned entitlement process for varying scales of projects. And this is also going to really help a lot of change of use projects in existing buildings to not have the arduous process of going through a handful of variances and a lot of other things to get permission to not meet things that they never could physically meet. I saw that as like a huge portion of this. So, so with that, I ask for a second. Commissioner O'Haver?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. I will now call roll call. Janitha, if you could please call vote.
Good morning. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Hicks?
Aye.
Lampman?
Aye.
Mr. Mann?
Aye.
Ms. McIntosh?
Aye.
Mr. O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
And Ms. Winters?
Aye.
All right, thank you, Janitha. The motion passes unanimously 9-0. We will now move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a list of requests that can be acted upon in one motion. There are 6 items on the consent agenda. 4 zoning cases appear to satisfy timing requirements. 1 comprehensive plan amendment needs a time extension. 1 text change would be automatically referred to the text change committee. To be clear, the commission is not voting on the final disposition of the applications and is simply deferring discussion to a future agenda. With that, I will move approval for items on the consent agenda. Is there a second? Commissioner Lampman?
Second.
All right. There is a motion and a second. I will now ask Janitha for a roll call of the members to record individual votes.
Ms. Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Cox?
Aye.
Ms. Hicks?
Aye.
Ms. Lampman?
Aye.
Mr. Mann?
Aye.
Ms. McIntosh?
Aye.
Mr. O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Ms. Winters?
Aye.
All right. The consent agenda passes unanimously 9-0. Now moving on to old business portion of the agenda. These requests have appeared on a previous Planning Commission agenda, albeit we may not have actually discussed them. So whether or not we have heard these before, there may be the normal 10 minutes for both sides, or we may have to open it back up. And I also have learned that to kind of continue to evolve this digital virtual format, I can use a phrase without objection, which I think kind of briefly used the last time, but this might be to just kind of open it back up for conversation. And then that way we don't actually need a vote as long as no one objects. It's totally fine if someone objects, but I just wanted to let you know so you aren't kind of taken off guard that is a tool that we can use now to just kind of be a little bit more expeditious. All right, so the first item is case number Z1419. This is a request to rezone approximately 4 acres of land from industrial mixed use 3 stories to planned development. This request also contains a master plan. This request was last discussed on September 8. The case was deferred to allow the applicant to make revisions to the master plan. Staff will provide an update on this case, focusing on the key changes since the last meeting. Jason Harden will provide a brief update presentation from city staff.
Excuse me, Matt.
Yes.
Again, I need to recuse myself from this case as our firm is involved in this rezoning.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner O'Haver. Mr. York, remind me the formalities around that.
You can handle this the same way. You can say without objection, he is recused from this matter.
Okay. Without objection, Commissioner O'Haver is recused from this case. Take it away, Jason.
Good morning. So the commission heard this 2 weeks ago, and I won't provide a full presentation, just hit on a few changes that the applicant made since you last heard the case. So again, it is a request to rezone a little bit less than 4 acres from industrial mixed use 3 stories to planned development, uses neighborhood mixed use as a base. And I'll note that the deadline for action is later this month. So at this meeting, the commission will need to either act on the item or request a time extension. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just touch on the changes that were made following the previous meeting. There was discussion about transparency and blank walls, and some of the PD provisions were revised to address that. So the prior version for the apartment building type had modified the transparency requirements to have no minimum amount of transparency, which is windows or other materials that break up the solid facade. And so that's been removed. It also removed the maximum linear feet of blank wall along Blunt and Person streets. That exemption from the maximum blank wall still does apply to Bragg and Branch, although it should be noted that the project is oriented more to Blunt and Person than Bragg and Branch. So next slide, please. And some, so these are some existing provisions that had been in the PD, and actually the next slide adds some additional provisions. Next slide, please. So specifying certain materials would be used and certain would not be used. So materials that would be used or could be used would be glass, concrete, masonry, stone, and stucco. Materials, the IFUS would not be used in the facades or vinyl other than at windows. Also includes a provision that will require the applicant to use a local artist to create art that, and this is from the provision itself, that recognizes the history and significance of the South Park neighborhood. So that is a new element. Next slide. There was a question from the commission about income level in this particular area. And if you can see the map, it may be small for some of you, but looked at the census tract there, 509. It's extends a little bit to the north of Martin Luther King, but essentially covers the South Park neighborhood fairly closely. The median income in from 2014 to 2018, that's a 5-year average. And that census tract was 30,000, which is less than half of the county's income. That actually is some improvement from 2010 when it was 13,000 for that tract and 63,000. So as a percentage did go up, but it's obviously much lower than the area median income. It is probably worth noting I did a very brief analysis of recent sales over the last 12 months. This was just for detached houses only. So the median price, half more, half less, was 400,000 over, I think, about 30 sales. So just a little additional data point or context there. Obviously, I think we're all aware that there's affordability questions in much of Raleigh, and this tends to highlight that. Next slide. So just noting here, those changes on taking a look at them, there was one policy deemed inconsistent, urban design guidelines, the one that's underlined there. There's many elements to that, but the inconsistent portion dealt with blank walls and lack of transparency. The changes were enough to make that deemed consistent. So now all relevant policies are consistent with this request. Next slide. And request consistent overall, as we noted before, with the future land use map, urban form, and overall with the plan. And last slide. So again, just returning to the deadline, which is today for an extension or some action. And happy to answer questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Seeing that we've already heard this case, I will ask commissioners if you have any questions for Jason right now. I do also know that the applicant, Mr. Mills, is available as well.
I have a quick question about amenity spaces and amenity areas and open spaces. I was reading through the proposal and I saw that there was some open space. I'm sorry. I saw that there was some open space in the center of the project, and it just looks, is that grass, or is that going to be used for an amenity area? Is it concrete? What exactly is that open space? And particularly what amenity areas? I know for this type of case, normally we would make necessary to have amenity areas, but it seems like there are no amenity areas. So I just wanted to see if the applicant could come and speak towards amenity area and open space on the project.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mann. Mr. Mills, if you're on the phone with us, are you able to provide some clarity on that?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. So regarding the open area in the middle of the site, so this is, my understanding, this is going to be publicly accessible and will be, for the most part, a grassy, strip that runs north-south between, two, right in the heart of the site. So two rows of buildings on one side, two rows on the other. I do expect there to be, places for people to sit, relax, enjoy themselves. And so we do think that the open area itself is going to be an asset, and not only for the residents, but for the community at large, if people wanted to spend time out there. I think part of the reason for doing away with the 10% amenity area standards. So on this site, with the rooftop terraces, a lot of the residents are going to have kind of their own personal space within the site on which to spend time. So with that being said, we feel that with the open space that we're showing in the heart of the site, that we're going to be doing a lot to create an active and open space for the residents and for the neighbors.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mills. I also know that there were questions around, I think, reaching out to some community members or community leaders as well. Can you provide any updates on that?
Absolutely. So Brian Ketchum, who is the land development director here in Raleigh for Stanley Martin, we reached back out to Lynette Williams and Shalisa Williams. Lynette is the South Park Association president, and Shalisa was the former Central CAC chair, and I believe that she still operates in that a similar capacity for the group that they have moving forward. Lynette Williams was instrumental in getting the South Park history wall put up on the Top Green Community Center. So we think that she is, as good of a resource to, not only provide, some inspiration as to, how we should, be creating this art or who it should be honoring, but also, maybe helping us find a local artist to help make that happen. So we have had conversations with both Lynette and Shalisa, and I fully expect them to be involved. Kind of as we move forward with engaging an artist and trying to decide, how that art is going to be placed on the property. If I had to, this is just a guess really, but I think, we'd had discussions about where it would be located. We think that the open space in the middle of the tract is probably the prime location for that. So we're confident with what we've done so far in our outreach, and I think we're off to a good start there.
Okay, thank you for the update. Bringing it back to the table, I want to see if any commissioners have any additional questions for either the applicant or staff right now. Commissioner Hicks.
Can you hear me okay? I'm working on my headphones. I chatted you a question. I wondered if the applicant could talk a little bit about why there's no blank wall maximum along Bragg Street. I believe there's some residential along there near the site, and I wondered if he could speak to that. Thank you.
Yeah, so this relates to the orientation of the buildings. Primarily, these are going to be oriented, towards Person and Blunt Street. And so, for the sides of the building, we still are not sure, how much articulation is going to be on the sides of the buildings, given that we've got to put a garage and a stairwell, on that first level. And so, we wanted to demonstrate that, we were going to have, the appropriate architectural articulation along Person and Blunt, which is where the fronts of the homes are going to be. But to, provide a little bit of flexibility in the design and, incorporating all of those different elements into the building, we wanted to have the flexibility as far as blank wall area to do so. If that makes sense. So, with the garages that have to be in place, I think it's hard to know kind of how much articulation or how much transparency that you can have on the sides of those buildings at this stage. And so that's why we wanted to just limit the exemption to Bragg and Branch, but understanding that we're going to provide, plenty of articulation along Blunt and Person streets.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fox?
I think it might be helpful if we could pull up that massing model while we're talking.
And I guess I'd also be curious to hear, Jason, maybe just elaborate following up the applicant on the interpretation of the policy of the design guidelines becoming consistent with the updates to the conditions.
So I can speak briefly to the policy. There clearly are still some modifications to the code with respect to blank walls, but the urban design guidelines cover a pretty wide range of provisions. There's more than 20 deal with overall site layout and approach to the street in terms of avoiding parking between the building and the street. And the project was solidly consistent with all of those. This was the one where there was a fair degree of inconsistency, and the modifications, while they didn't completely line us up to what the code would like to achieve, staff believed they were enough to overall make it consistent with those design guidelines.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And I'll just note a couple of slides past show a similar product that Stanley Martin has been considering, and you can kind of couple more. I think it's the next slide. So right here on the sides, you've got, on the back side of that, you've got a stairwell and a garage on that lower level, and so it's hard to be able to, I think, put windows in there when they've got, so many different site elements that they have to fit into this smaller area. And that, I believe, that's the Blunt Street Commons project adjacent to Krispy Kreme.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Commissioner Winters?
Thank you. I just had a question about the open space that was just mentioned. It was stated that it would be open to the residents, makes sense, as well as the community at large. Is that what, did I misunderstand that?
You heard that correctly, Winters.
Okay. And was that also going to be documented? Is that going to be well documented? I asked because my concern is that it will later be reinterpreted as to whom the open space is available.
This is Jason. The PD documents do contain language on that. It's public and no barriers shall be, I'm quoting, no barriers shall be erected to prevent the open space from public accessibility.
Okay. And a follow-up.
Okay.
About the art. I am aware of Mrs. Williams. I think she'll be a great resource. My other concern is about the art and the reflection of South Park. Will that be tied to the property in perpetuity as opposed to maybe phasing out, maybe to another developer or another buyer? Will that be a part of the condition? Maintaining art and maintaining the history for future buyers and products.
This is Jason. So the added language suggests it's what was presented in the slide that the art would be created. It's a good question to think about that. It doesn't necessarily speak to ongoing ownership or maintenance. It may be, and I think this would be a clarification, not something that would slow down the process, but it may be that some additional language could be added to further address how that's intended to work.
But I think if we're also talking about it maintaining the history and being reflective of as a major factor within the PD that has been discussed, I'd like to see that.
Thank you, Commissioner Winters. Commissioner Lightman.
This is only to offer a suggestion on the blank wall, going back to Commissioner Hicks' question. There is, for comparison, there's a townhome community by Crabtree off of Laurel, Cherry Street, and Sugarbush Road. They have fake windows. They installed fake windows along the wall, so it's not that they have to actually be transparent windows for the benefit of the owner, but they provide that facade that makes it more appealing from the street. So just wanted to offer that.
Okay, Commissioner Lightman.
Sorry, and another question to Commissioner Winters' comment. How is this community going to be maintained going forward? Is it HOA? Is it, because I think that will come into play with the maintenance of the art.
There would be some type of home ownership association that would maintain the common spaces.
Are we able to tie the art to the homeowners association? Maybe
Might be a question for Jason or for Mr. York.
This is Jason. My perspective is that would be implied that the art, as any other element of the site, would be maintained by the common ownership and maintenance group for the site. But there certainly could be some additional, guarantee of that if there's a concern.
Thank you, Jason. Also, Jason, following up Commissioner Winters' kind of comment and request to make, I would like to move this along today. It seems like generally people are favorable. I agree that it'd be nice to have some confirmation just around this, and it sounds like that could just be a clarification. I didn't know if you and Mr. York have an example or some terms or a phrase that could be added to this to help with the motion. Provide a little bit more clarity for
I would suggest, and I don't know that it necessarily has to be a part of the motion. If the applicant is understanding the general direction, that's something that they could potentially take on. But if the commission did desire to have that be part of the motion, then I think just some language that indicates that any public, well, not any, because there will be public art, that the public art would be maintained by the homeowners association.
Well, and I guess another element of that clarification, I think that Commissioner Winter's concern was around, like, if this applicant doesn't move forward, that public art would still be created.
Well, in my opinion, these development standards and additional, items that we're holding ourselves in account to, operate similar to, zoning conditions that are going to run with the property if this were to be approved by the city council. And, for some reason, Stanley Martin wasn't able to move forward with the project. I think so long as this PD zoning was in place, whoever developed the property would have to abide by the, the standards that we've set.
So meaning like going through site plan or something, basically to get entitlements, you have to meet all of the conditions of the PD.
That's right.
Regardless. Okay. Then I guess Commissioner Winters, is what Jason said, the phrase that Jason mentioned, is that provide some of the clarity that you were hoping for?
I would feel more comfortable if it was a part of the motion, as I would feel more comfortable with a part of the motion as opposed to an understood. I'd like to have it heard, as well as with clarity on the accessibility, since we're talking about HOA, because they could reimagine accessibility later. So having that clearly outlined.
Okay. As for that standpoint, kind of following the same line as around the PD and the zoning, Jason, is that to change the accessibility that's already written into the PD that you stated, wouldn't they have to rezone the property, or am I misrepresenting that?
Well, what I'm understanding is not a change to what's in PD, but just a desire for some more clarity and assurance that area would be publicly accessible. I think that the document states that, but I also don't think there's any harm in making it crystal clear for people, whether it's a future city site plan reviewer or whether it's somebody looking at the document. So to make it inaccessible, that would require rezoning. I think for the current proposal that's before you, it is in there, but I also believe there's certainly no harm in making that clearer. And I would say that that's a clarification rather than something that's changing the PD itself. It would not introduce a delay to the process. Staff would regard that as a technical clarification that could be done while this is en route from Planning Commission to City Council.
Okay, thank you. So I guess with that, would any commissioners like to make a motion?
Excuse me, Matt. I didn't want to make a motion. I just had one more comment, maybe question. Is in regards to the number of units of the apartments, how many units are proposed in this development?
100 units.
So we've got 100 units, and then looking back at, I just have a concern about looking back at the median income on the census tract. We're less than half of the median income, and then we're offering units at rates that probably are not affordable, 100 units. So I'm not opposed to the development. I just have a concern over how many units there are and not affordable considering that in that census tract, we're less than half of the median income. So that's just something that concerns me. That's all. I just want to make that.
This is Worth Mills again. So just to reiterate from our last meeting, we anticipate that the lower units would sell for beginning in the high 200,000s and the upper units in the high 300,000s. And that is extremely competitive given Jason's median home sale price that he presented. So I just want to note that as well, that these are, I think they're attainable is one way to describe them, given the other home products that are being sold.
Okay, so we've heard a handful of comments. Thank you for those additional comments, Commissioner Mann. What would we like to do with this? Are we ready to make a motion? Do we have additional comments? Commissioner Fox?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with 2 technical clarifications added. If that seems acceptable, I will move forward and give it a shot. I'd like to make a motion to approve Z1419 as it is reasonable and in the public interest and consistent with the comprehensive plan specific policies related to density transitions, housing variety, infill development, and zoning for housing. 2 technical clarifications that are requested relate to the maintenance of the public art, which we recommend is maintained by the HOA, and some language is added to that effect. And also that the public amenity remain open for public use.
Okay, there's a motion. Do we have a second? Commissioner Winters? Commissioner Winters, do you want to verbalize it? You're still on mute.
I'm sorry, I thought my hand was enough. I second.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We'll now have Janitha call roll.
Ms. Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Hicks?
Aye.
Ms. Lampman?
Aye.
Mr. Mann?
Nay.
Ms. McIntosh?
Nay.
Mr. O'Haver?
He's
I'm sorry, yes. Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Ms. Winters?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, everybody. The motion passes 6-2. And we'll move on to the next case. This is case number Z920. This is a request to rezone approximately 15 acres of land from residential 4. Sorry. The screens just jumped on me when the presentation came up. Residential 4, Durham County Rural Residential and Industrial Mixed Use 3 stories Parkway to Industrial Mixed Use 3 stories Conditional Use. This request appeared on the August 25th meeting agenda, but was not discussed at the request of the applicant. The applicant has offered revised conditions to restrict uses and limits retail square footage. Don Belk will provide an update on behalf of city staff. Mr. Belk, are you available to start the presentation?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. This case was deferred by the Planning Commission on August 25th to allow the applicant to submit revised conditions. I would note that revised conditions were submitted, but upon further consultations, the applicant decided to withdraw those conditions. So details of this requested rezoning have not changed since it was last before you. Next slide, please. Again, this area is presently zoned mostly IX3CU and a portion of R4. Rural residential zoning from Durham County applies. Also, you can see that the county line bisects the site along or close to World Trade Boulevard. Next slide. Just a perspective, see the nearby industrial places in proximity to the site, some newer residential planned developments to the west in Durham County, and mostly residential west of Page Road. Next slide. And another perspective. Next. Just some views from World Trade and Page. Next slide. And other photos showing the existing home site, the sole structure on the property being proposed for this rezoning, and different streetscapes along Page and World Trade. Next. Just two conditions. The proposal does prohibit residential uses entirely, as well as some of the higher impact uses under the IX category. Also, any retail or restaurant is limited to a combined 10,000 square feet. So any development of that type would be ancillary to the industrial and office uses. Next. A comparison of the zoning. I would note under the proposal that there is about 2.8 times more office under the proposed zoning, and it also approximately doubles the industrial entitlement from the existing zoning. Next slide. This is a non-residential development, essentially. There is no transit service presently. Again, a lower walk score than average. Next. Affordability analysis, generally not applicable to this case as it is a non-residential proposal. Next. It is consistent with the future land use map designation of office research and development by virtue of the prohibition on residential use. Next. It's also consistent overall with the comprehensive plan. It is also consistent with the urban form map. The site is located on the periphery of the Briar Creek City Growth Center. Next. Note the consistent policies under this proposal. I will point out planning for the tech sector, preserving industrial land, and also policy 11.3, the applicant has limited commercial uses in this predominantly industrial area. Next. There were no inconsistent policies with this proposal. Next. Your deadline for action is November 23rd, and there are no outstanding issues. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Belk. Seeing this is the first time that we have actually heard this, we'll hear from Molly Stewart on behalf of the applicant. Ms. Stewart, you have 10 minutes to present.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Great. Okay. Well, as you said, I'm Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, representing the applicant. I did want to let you know that I have with me today, attending the meeting, Joel Scannell, the applicant, as well as Michael Kane from Capital Civil Engineering, in case you have questions for either of them. Neither of them does intend to speak otherwise, though, so I just wanted to let you know that. As you just heard, there are simply no issues raised under the comprehensive plan. This proposal is consistent with the existing surrounding development, the future land use map, the comprehensive plan policies, and the urban form guidance. So I will leave it there. I have nothing in particular to address or raise on this proposal. It fits right in with what the city is looking for in this location, but I am available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Stewart. I will now turn it back to the table. Do any commissioners have any questions for the applicant or staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Matt, do we need to see if there's anyone from the public who?
Sorry, there is not.
Okay, thank you.
I have my cheat sheet in front of me, so apologies for that. Commissioner Lampman. Oh, Commissioner Lampman. Oh, there you go. You're on.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve case number Z920, 341 and 3503 Page Road. I vote to approve this motion. This case, the rezoning request is reasonable and in the public interest because it is supported by the specific policies in the comprehensive plan and is consistent with the future land use map. It provides an opportunity that meets the neighborhood needs.
All right, I will go ahead and second that. I'm seeing a motion and a second. We will go ahead and, Janitha, if you could take the vote.
Ms. Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Hicks?
Aye.
Ms. Lampman?
Aye.
Mr. Mann?
Aye.
Ms. McIntosh?
Aye.
Mr. O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
And Ms. Winters?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. The motion passes unanimously, 9-0. Moving on to the next case, it's Z1420. Sorry, every time the presentation comes up, it messes my windows up. So Z1420 is a request to rezone approximately 4 acres of land from residential 4 to office mixed use 5-story conditional use. This request was previously included on the August 25th agenda and deferred to allow additional conditions. Staff has previously provided a presentation, and we have heard from the applicant and interested parties. If we would like to have another applicant presentation, we would need to vote to grant additional time. Without objection, I would like to grant an additional 4 minutes to the applicant to present, following up any staff updates. With that, if we could hear from Hannah, if you're there and ready to give us a quick update.
Good morning. So as you noted, Z1420, a request to rezone approximately 4.3 acres from R4 to OX5 CU. The request was discussed in August, and since then the applicant has amended the zoning conditions. Go to the next slide. Just as a reminder of the location of the site, this is generally west of the UNC Rex Hospital area and southeast of Umstead State Park. The following slide shows a close-up. This is at the corner of Macon Pond Road and Edwards Mill Road, and this portion of Macon Pond Road is a dead end. So go to the next slide. Some views of the site. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the applicant has amended the zoning conditions. These four were previously associated with the case. I will note on condition 3, there's an error here. The first part of this condition has been amended to be removed. So condition 3 limits all residential density to 4 dwelling units per acre, regardless of use. Next slide. So there are 4 new zoning conditions. These limit building height on a portion of the site to 62 feet. So the height maximum associated with a 5-story building is 75 feet. These conditions also specify the location of dumpsters on the site, add additional plantings to buffer a parking structure along Macon Pond Road, and would restrict lighting on a parking structure. So the next slide shows the exhibit that is associated with that condition 6. There's a few things going on in here, but the blue line that goes down the middle of the site is the height limit line. So to the west of that, buildings would be limited to 62 feet, and to the east, buildings could be built to 75 feet. If we go to the next slide, I'll just take a moment, take a step back and talk about building height really generally. It's measured from an average grade to the highest point of a roof of the structure. There's some calculations done to determine the average grade on the site, and this involves looking at the highest and lowest elevation and considering each side of a building. In addition, I'll say the city considers both pre-development grade of the site and improved grade after grading has occurred, and we'll look at the more restrictive of the two for a height measurement. So for a 5-story building, Raleigh's UDO measures height in both stories and number of feet. It's a little different for buildings that are higher than 7 stories, which are only measured in number of stories. But for a mixed-use 5-story zoning district, like we're discussing here, stories that fall below that average grade would also be counted towards the maximum number of stories. So the next slide can show just an image of what that might look like on a slope site. So there may be some portion of a story that is counted towards 5-story maximum that is not entirely counted in number of feet as well. So next slide. This is existing versus proposed. And again, I'll note an error on the slide. The residential density remains the same. Maximum number of units would remain the same, although under the proposed zoning, you would have additional multi-unit residential and apartment townhome building types, and then office and retail entitlement are limited by the zoning conditions. Next slide. Just as a reminder, the request, the district is inconsistent with the future land use map. Approval of this request would amend the map to office and residential mixed use. Next slide. There's no urban form guidance for the site directly. Next slide. And the request is inconsistent overall with the comprehensive plan. Go to the next slide. We can see a list of consistent policies. The amended conditions did add consistency with policy on buffering requirements. The next slide shows inconsistent policies. So again, these are future land use map and the policies regarding infrastructure sufficiency that arose during the TIA analysis. And that, I'll remind you, your deadline is in November, and it can answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Rickow. We'll now move on to the applicant, Ms. Maddox. You'll have 4 minutes to update us on the conditions, and then we will open it up for questions.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, could I request the Planning Commission's indulgence for a couple more minutes? I had thought I was going to have 8 minutes. So I'd like to have, could I have 7 minutes instead of 4?
Sure. Without objection, I would like to grant an additional 7 minutes to the applicant to present.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Isabel Maddox, PO Box 946, Raleigh 27602. I'm here with the full development team. I've got the developers, engineer, landscape architect, and traffic engineer today. We did want to come back and discuss our new conditions. We worked very hard with our neighbors. And if you would pull up Exhibit 1, this is the new conditions. We've highlighted, go back to Exhibit 1, please. We've highlighted the new conditions that we have added. First, Condition 3, we have eliminated, at the request of neighbors, the higher density residential uses. Now we will only allow low density R4 development, 4 units to the acre. Neighbors have made it clear they prefer office over the apartments, which would be required under the current FLUM designation. Condition 6, height. Neighbors have been fairly strong, particularly a couple of the neighbors, about wanting to keep our OX4 adjacent to their neighborhood. But because of significant topo challenges, we're dropping 30 feet from front to back on this site, and city complexities, which you've just heard about in measuring height, we wanted to retain the 5-story entitlement for our office building on Edwards Mill. So we think we've come up with a good compromise. And if you'll go to Exhibit 3, Ms. Reckow just showed you this exhibit, but I want to show it to you again because there's a lot going on there. You'll see the kind of curved blue line going through the site, and that line represents a circle around the northwest point of this site. A 480 radius circle, we've drawn a line. On the left side of that line, we will limit it to 4 stories and 62 feet. On the right side, 5 stories and 75 feet. That gives the neighbors the 4-story height closest to them and gives us a little more height on Edwards Mill, which is, as you know, a busy future 6-lane avenue. If we go to Exhibit 5, it shows how very far the distance is from the closest neighbor's home to the edge of the parking deck of 465 feet. If you go to Exhibit 6, it shows the view looking to the west from our site. These trees are not on our site, but it's looking from our site. You'll see this pretty heavily wooded. Exhibit 7 shows the view looking slightly to the northwest, both towards the residential neighborhood. So you can see we've got significant distances heavily buffered by existing trees, and we've got a 4-story, 62-foot limitation for the part of the site, the bulk of the site that's closest to the neighborhood. Continuing on our conditions, if you'll go back to the conditions page in Exhibit 1, Condition 7 limits the location of the dumpster. So now we'll jump again to that graphic that we just saw, Exhibit 3, which shows a line in the middle of that site. It's purple, kind of middle of the site, sort of running horizontal, parallel to Macon Pond. We would require any dumpster be below that line. So it's pretty clear that the neighbors are not going to see any dumpsters. We've also added a new Condition 8, which requires some additional tall plantings along the deck that will have to be at least 12 feet at planting, which are pretty large plants. And finally, we've added a new Condition 9 that pole heights of light poles on top of the deck be limited to 15 feet, which is much shorter than typical. These can frequently be in the 30-foot range. These lights will be required to be full cutoff and direct light downward instead of outward. So I think we've been very responsive to the neighbors. We've had 4 neighborhood meetings. We've also met with the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance, and we've addressed their concerns, the neighbors' concerns about apartments, height, dumpsters, buffering, and lighting. I wanted to mention 2 other things One is the future land use map. Yes, it is designated as medium density residential. But we think, given the context here, which is very much the medical context, and if you look at condition 11, you'll see the many medical uses in exhibit 11 in proximity. We're close to Rex Hospital. We're catty corner from the new Rex Cancer Center and many other medical offices nearby. We feel like the comprehensive plan states that office and residential mixed use designation is applied primarily to frontage lots along major streets where low density residential uses are no longer appropriate. And I think that's exactly what we have being on a busy street. We're also directly across the street from the Blue Ridge Corridor Health and Wellness District. And we think we're a natural extension of that district. That if you look on exhibit 12, you can see the bounds of that health and wellness district. We're immediately across, you see the red star, that is our site. So comp plan also states that 4 stories is usually the limit for near neighborhoods, but more stories are appropriate when you're on a major thoroughfare and impacts are well mitigated. And we think we've done a very good job of mitigating these impacts. Also wanted to briefly mention traffic. We have done a TIA, and since the last Planning Commission meeting on August 25th, our traffic engineer circled back with Eric Lamb of City Transportation. He confirmed he was comfortable with the TIA. He stressed that, with the many road improvements that are coming to this area, he felt like the traffic would be much more manageable. There are some traffic improvements required by the TIA on Edwards Mill and Macon Pond. We've embraced all of those changes, but I wanted to mention some of the major traffic improvements that are coming to this area. First, we have a signalization of Macon Pond and Edwards Mill, which we brought about by the REX project. We have the city is planning to widen Edwards Mill to 6 lanes, which he thinks that will improve traffic flow significantly. In addition, there'll be an extension of Blue Ridge through the Rex Cancer Center to Edwards Mill. There are major improvements planned for the intersection of Edwards Mill and Raleigh, as well as Edwards Mill and Reedy Creek to the south. So we think this project is fairly minor in scope compared to, say, the Rex Cancer Center, and the traffic impacts are fairly minimal. And the road improvements, on the other hand, are significant. So in conclusion, we believe this case is reasonable and in the public interest. We think the proposed medical office use is appropriate for the area and is a logical extension of the health and wellness district of the Blue Ridge Corridor Plan. We're diligent with the neighbors.
Okay. All right. Can stop the alarm. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the update, Ms. Maddox. It's very helpful, and I think that, it's a pretty intense alarm, so apologies for that. Bringing it back to the table, Commissioner Lampman, looks like you might have a question.
Actually, it's more of a comment. The Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance was mentioned in the presentation. I'm a non-voting board member of the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance, and my focus is specifically on affordable housing. This site is actually not within the boundaries of the Blue Ridge Corridor Alliance, but I just wanted to mention that. So I don't receive any financial compensation, so I believe, according to David York, I can still participate in this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for the update, Commissioner O'Haver.
If there's no public comment, I'm prepared to make a motion.
So there is no public comment, and I guess I'd also, one just point of clarification, since we did receive some emails on this prior to the August 25th meeting, I at least have not received any after that. It seems like the applicant has done a lot of work with the community, and I have not been in touch with anybody who previously followed up. So I guess that's just a little bit more context why there's no one here to speak today.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I thought I did get an email, but it was from Isabel. I just wanted to go back and check and make sure. So
yeah, yep.
Okay, well, with that being said, I would like to move to recommend approval of rezoning case Z 1420. The rezoning request is reasonable in the public interest because it is supported by these specific policies in the comprehensive plan, compatible with the surrounding area, especially with the Rex Hospital, the Blue Ridge Corridor, and the Health and Wellness District, as mentioned. I do believe that the applicant worked hard with the neighbors, and I went back and looked at my notes from the last meeting. It seems like most of their concerns were addressed. So I believe this proposal includes conditions that will mitigate impact on adjacent properties, and I believe that this is appropriate location for this type of growth. And then lastly, I know in the last meeting there were comments and concerns about the traffic. And again, being familiar with what's going on there, especially with staff supporting with the upcoming road improvements as well as specific improvements for this development, I believe that this is in the reasonable and in the public interest.
Great. Do we have a second? Commissioner Hicks?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Chinitha, would you be able to call a vote?
Ms. Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Hicks?
Aye.
Ms. Lamplin?
Aye.
Mr. Mann?
Aye.
Ms. McIntosh?
Aye.
Mr. O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Ms. Winters?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everybody. The motion passes unanimously 9-0. All right, so moving on to case Z2420. This is a request to rezone approximately 11 acres of land from residential 4 to residential 10 conditional use. This request was discussed at the September 8th meeting. Staff provided a presentation and heard from the applicant and interested parties. The request was deferred to allow more discussion around traffic in the area. Staff will provide a brief overview. Since we have heard from the applicant and public, we need to vote to hear additional comments. Since we did have a good bit of conversation around this, without objection, I'll ask for 6 minutes for both the applicant and other interested parties for both sides. I believe that we have Mr. Anagnos here to provide an update from staff.
Good morning. This is case Z-24-20. In terms of the request, there are no changes since the last time you saw this case. So it is a request to rezone about 10 acres from residential 4 and the manufactured housing district to residential 10 conditions. The area, again, is largely residential. Buffalo Road, stretching in this area between North New Hope Road and I-540. And one of the major issues that you heard about the last time you saw this case was traffic on Buffalo Road. Here you can see the site a little closer. The conditions, again, essentially limit the allowed principal uses to household living. So that would be single unit, 2-unit, multi-unit, and then prohibiting the apartment building type. Density corresponding to the requested district. So under the requested zoning, density could approach 10 units per acre for a total of about 105 units. And if this is approved, it would lead to an amendment to the future land use map. And we do have Jason Myers here today, and he can speak a little bit about some traffic data that was requested at the last meeting.
Thank you, John. I don't know if the memo that was just completed as the meeting was started was sent to the planning commissioners yet, or if it will be later. But I apologize that a more detailed memo for the backup we weren't able to get that done in time. It's complete now. I'm going to summarize a few of the things that we're providing to Planning Commission there. Yeah, the map is perfect. I appreciate that. So NCDOT does a traffic survey program of streets statewide and counts basically every one of these segments every 2 years. So the memo gives some information about what traffic counts nearest to this location. It's just a little bit on the corner, kind of in the northeast corner of this map between Stone Station and Valerie Court. That is a place that has been surveyed, and data is publicly available, and you can see that in the when you look at the memo, you'll be able to see a link to that map since at least 2003. Actually, the last time we have data available, the traffic count at that point is the same as it was in 2003, believe it or not. But there was a drop, and then it increased quite a bit, and it is on a pretty, a pretty significant increase the last few years, about 2.3% increase per year at that point. So looking at nearby developments, there are approximately, whether they're in subdivisions that are under construction or in zoning cases that are under consideration, about 390 townhomes and about 185 single-family homes that might be coming online that might be in this area. If we do the trip generation from those units and then add them to Buffalo Road, we would end up with a very rough estimate, about 15,300 vehicles per day in this area. And that's a really rough approximation. It does not take into account regional traffic changes. It does not take into account growth that might happen well east of this site or growth that may happen outside of our jurisdiction. And it's really just saying if we take the current count of about 13,000 vehicles per day, and we add in what would be generated from all of that, and we make a few very basic assumptions, we get to about 15,300 vehicles per day. The capacity of a two-lane street, according to our comprehensive plan, or what we did build two-lane streets for, is about 10,000 vehicles per day, and three-lane streets for about 20,000 vehicles per day. Buffalo Road is planned to be a four-lane street, which is a much higher capacity, but in its current configuration is kind of in between a two-lane or a three-lane. Anytime that there is a development that fronts Buffalo Road, like this one would if this property were developed, both City of Raleigh frontage improvement requirements and NCDOT driveway permit requirements almost always lead to there being left turn lanes into those developments. And sometimes the additional widening to fulfill the comp plan and the requirements of our street plan. So if you were to scan down Buffalo Road today, you would see sections where there's left turn lane, sections where it's a little bit wider, even though historically it had been a two-lane highway. It is incrementally being increased. So the capacity of it right now is probably much closer to a three-lane street. Without doing an analysis that staff doesn't have the capability or capacity to do on this timeline. We couldn't tell you what the pure capacity was at any given intersection. But on a sketch basis, it is close to that 20,000 vehicles per day theoretically. Of course, that theoretical number has a lot of caveats based on the characteristics of traffic and the individual street design in individual places. The memo describes what planned transportation projects are in the area, and I mentioned Buffalo Road as a four-lane divided avenue in our comp plan. Another thing that's important to note is that Buffalo Road is planned to be extended from this point of Z24 northward to turn into Perry Creek Road, with a transportation project being a bridge over I-540. And that the portion of Buffalo Road east of here that crosses the Neuse River and crosses 540 is planned to be extended eastward to become Spring Forest Road, and that those two east-west, north-south streets would cross basically in the northern part of the map you see here near the corner of that existing development in what's currently vacant land. So those are all different transportation projects that would require development of some of that vacant land to realize. The area in the triangle kind of formed by that is right south of where it says open space, and right north of where it says Buffalo Road is one of those planned developments. It's an approved subdivision. It's case, I believe, I don't actually have the case number in front of me right now, but it's the towns at Stonebridge. And that case is, it would do a part of that development, or would do a part of those street improvements. But given the nature of bridges over both the interstate and the river, there are public projects in here too. And so development of some of this land is necessary to get those projects done, because we can't build a bridge or widen a bridge if the street on either side of the bridge is in place or widened. But it is insufficient to completely build out the transportation network. So there would be a projects required in the future. Those projects are, of course, not programmed at this point. The city's current transportation priorities for major projects are to finish the 2017 transportation bond projects that are in various stages of design and right of way, and a few of them already in construction. I think that part of the request was a hope to be able to have somebody tell you what the level of service of an individual point of Buffalo Road is. That's something that can only be provided from a TIA. This particular zoning case did not meet the thresholds for the administrative requirement for a TIA, but the Raleigh Street Design Manual is very clear that a TIA may be requested by either Planning Commission or City Council if that's something that the Commission or Council feels is necessary to act on a case. So that is something that could be done at the applicant's cost and at the applicant's time, and then reviewed by city staff. One of the things to understand about level of service is that it is generally reported for intersections, and that for a signalized intersection, it's effectively the average delay that somebody driving through that at a peak hour would experience. For an unsignalized intersection, that level of service is almost always very good on average, and almost always during peak times on busy streets, very poor on those side streets. So any local street or neighborhood street teeing onto Buffalo Road right now probably experiences a very poor level of service during peak times. And the through movement on Buffalo Road would experience a very high level of service. It's just a function of, you don't have to slow down if there's no traffic signal, but if it's hard to find a gap in traffic, you may wait a while to find that gap. So one of the things that can be a tool is the signalization of intersections, which helps equal out some of that balance. Those are not improvements that are planned by NCDOT nor the city. They're done in response to development or response to counts where they meet warrants as articulated in the MUTCD is a federal requirement on how traffic control devices are installed on the streets. That's the reason why a stop sign looks the same in North Carolina as it does in Hawaii, as it does in Alaska, as it does in Maine, is that we all in the United States follow that. And a part of that is the siting and decisions to install traffic signals. The place that is best in this area probably to put a traffic signal may be the very southeast corner of this site, where Woodchurch Court tees into Buffalo Road opposite the existing mobile home park and next to this development. And that if there's a place that would meet traffic or would meet warrants, especially if this site were developed, it would likely be there. So one of the things that the applicant may be able to consider is ways in which to bring some improvements into that four-way intersection to make it public street standards and to investigate whether a signal warrant might be met there in the future. At this point, that driveway is not a part of this zoning case, so it does appear, at least superficially, that they're the same parcel ownership on either side of that property line. But in conclusion, Buffalo Road is nearing capacity. Staff can't definitively assign a cause to what is driving those changes. Staff cannot quantify exactly whether it's at or beyond capacity at any given point. That's a tool that a TIA can do. But that a TIA is really going to measure that intersection level of service is very poor for unsignalized side streets. And that is something we see all the time in TIAs and other corridors too. It is not unique to Buffalo Road. The one thing I would add, the next case on your agenda, Z31, did do a traffic study. The study area is much east of here, and the level of service is projected at the eastbound I-540 ramps to be failing, or level of service F in the PM peak in that study year, which is 2026, under the assumptions that they studied. And that is one measure of capacity of Buffalo Road, but it is also very much a function of the capacity of that interchange and the design of that specific intersection. So I can answer questions. I realize that the commission may wish to read the memo in more detail, and I guess I will leave it to you guys all to decide what you should do about this case. The memo will, of course, be provided to the applicant as well. It was only finished this morning, and I apologize for that delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Myers. That's a really thorough, helpful update and context to everything we got going on here. Since there are people signed up to speak on both sides, we did open it back up. Since that's fresh, I did just want to allow any commissioners to ask any specific questions or points of clarity for Jason. And then if nothing specific, then we can move on to both the applicant and those in opposition or favor. Seeing none, then we will go ahead and I don't know if they'll need it, but 6 minutes on the clock for Ms. Schwedler for any additional new information and updates to the case.
Thank you, Chair Salmasulo. This is Jamie Schwedler at 301 Fayetteville Street. We do have a brief presentation. Next slide, please. We do have Amber Fairley and Reinald Stevenson on the line with Ramey Kemp. Amber's available for questions, and Reinald will go through some of the analysis he did on the traffic. I appreciate Jason raising that. Of course, we haven't seen the memo, but I do appreciate Jason acknowledging that this is one site among many in the area that's planned for some significant public improvement projects, and that private development and what it can offer in terms of right-of-way dedication and expansion at site plan is a meaningful tool to have those public projects realized in the future. This refresher is just showing our site and the context, and just roughly on the northern part of the site is the area where Buffalo Road is about 2 lanes. The southern part of the site, it actually expands to 3, and there's an existing left turn lane onto Woodchurch Road. So I appreciate Jason recognizing that the capacity at this point is somewhere closer to between a 2 and a 3 lane road. Next slide, please. As Jason noted, the Raleigh Street Plan does call this area out for an avenue 4-lane divided. And this is the diagram from the UDO that shows that cross section on the screen. So as Jason noted, because we're adjacent to the designated street at site plan, we'd be required to dedicate the right of way to accommodate half of that ultimate cross section. That's a code requirement. And we'd likely be, working with the staff and DOT to talk about building out our half of the section of the road, or offer a fee in lieu if those other improvements hadn't come yet. That's all more appropriate to be decided at site plan, and of course how it fits into the larger picture of when the city would be making the improvements for the remainder of the corridor. As Jason noted, the timing for that widening has not been determined. It's not in the city's 20 to 2024 plan, so the earliest it would be widened would be starting in 2025. And what that means is, without this case going through and performing the portions of the widening or what's determined at site plan when traffic can be more specifically examined, is that relief would only occur either through private development like this or through a city project. So the existing relief and the capacity that we're talking about now would not be able to be solved without this right-of-way being either dedicated by this applicant or the city coming through and condemning as part of a larger project. Next slide, please. At the last meeting, we were asked to look at 4 other developments along this corridor, and Reinald will speak to that in just a second. I'd like to note at the outset that a TIA was not required in any of these other cases, and our 100 units make us one of the smallest of these 4 projects, both in trips and acreage. Yet our frontage on Buffalo is significant. It's almost 1,000 feet. So we'll be providing significant relief in right-of-way expansion and potential road expansion or fee in lieu, even though we have a relatively small proportion of trips on this existing capacity road. And I'd like to note that we did not include Thales because we spoke to the landowner, and that project is not going forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but want to make sure Reinald has enough time to talk about what he's found.
Hey, Jamie, I'll just take it from there.
I guess, presents questions. But Jason did a really great job, I think, of summarizing the traffic impacts and capacity, and giving a big overview there. That was awesome. So I won't really re-hit a lot of that. I just kind of hit on a couple things. This particular development, trying to put the traffic in perspective, is about one trip per minute, less than one trip per minute during the heaviest time. So it's not on its own. It's not really a big traffic generator at all. And townhomes generally will have fewer trips than a single family home. There's generally fewer people living there, fewer kids in the household, so that kind of thing. Regarding the TIA, we did review a lot of the traffic studies that were in the area. And as Jason mentioned also, there have been some studies done out here that get at some of the specific intersections and needs in this area. There are, during heavy traffic times, there are some issues or congestions at some of the intersections, but on the whole, as Jason mentioned, there is capacity remaining on Buffalo Road. And I think doing the widening along our frontage would help to, provide that capacity, or make sure we have that capacity there at the project. And as you heard also, Jason mentioned, the private entities are building, or at least setting up, a good part of the infrastructure that we need out here. And I think that's very important. It's a lot more likely that a project like Buffalo Road, the widening, gets done if there's already parts of it done. It's just a lower cost to do for the taxpayers. And so I think that's very important to keep in mind, that this widening that will be done with these developments will set things up to be done in the future. So I know we've only got a few seconds left. I'll be glad to answer any questions about the traffic or transportation.
All right. Thank you both very much for that. We will now move on to, it looks like, I thought we had three, but it looks like we have two people signed up to speak on this matter who are in the neighborhood. Looks like Ms. White and Mr. Conte. Ray, do we have both of those members of the public here with us?
Yes, they're both here.
Okay. Then each member will have 2 minutes to speak. So if we could put that on the clock, then we can start with Ms. White.
Good morning.
Morning.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the acknowledgement of the concerns on traffic on Buffalo Road. However, all this talk about future improvements to the road, development is going forward, and the developments to the road, to Buffalo Road specifically, are taking place, it seems, afterwards or in conjunction with development. If you drive Buffalo Road now, even with a lot of people working from home, you can see that it is very congested, even at peak times. Very concerned about that. Also, I wanted to mention that with the current development that is going on, particularly at the Riverwalk subdivision that's going through now, with the rains that we just had, we've seen a lot of discoloration to the river. We're very concerned about the impacts to the river and to the watershed with continuing development. Also want to point out that there is currently no public transportation, so that people needing to go to the grocery store, needing to go access other services, have to drive. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We now will hear from Mr. Conte.
Hi, good morning. Brad Conte here. I had the pleasure of speaking to you last meeting. And just to recap, I'm a 20-year resident of the River Landing subdivision, which is directly across from it's 10 acres. And so since then, I did put together a slide and sent that around. So I don't know if anybody's able to bring that up, but I can hit on the points. You can see quite a bit going on here, and I'll just let you read kind of through it as I talk about some of the things. But as you know, it's a 2-lane road. we talked about the DOT having 13,000 cars a day right near this site. And, I did talk to a representative at the DOT, David Kilson, and he said that the earliest they would get to Buffalo Road would be 2035. So again, we're 15 years off of that. And I can tell you, there's been some talk about, I think the biggest thing that I heard in Mr. Meyer's report was nearing capacity and somewhere between a 2 and 3 lane. And I can tell you, when you sit on River Landings Drive, which would not be altered, right? There's not going to be a turn lane for our subdivision. It's not a 3-lane road. It's a 2-lane road as you approach from a blind curve or a uphill slope the other direction. So it's, again, if you just zero in on this site, yeah, that might look good. They'll put a turn lane in there, but what about all the other side roads, including ours right there? It just really is a mess. And if you figure, 13,000 cars, just to give you perspective, let's say 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., 15 hours in the day, that's a car, if it was linear, every 3 to 4 seconds, every second. And so just think about that math. And obviously it's not linear. So, every second you could have 4 or 5 cars. The speed is somewhere between 35 and 45, but I'll tell you, people do 60. It's very crowded.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Conte. So we've now heard from the applicant and then some folks from the area. I'll now turn it back to the table. I know that we had a handful of commissioners who had some very specific questions from last week, and just kind of want to open the table up to question the applicant or staff. Commissioner Lampman. Commissioner Lampman, you're still on mute.
Okay. Jason, yeah, I'd like to see the memo in particular, but the 13,000 that we're at, that's what we're at right now. And what would we be at if the towns at Stone Ridge and Riverwalk were completed?
I actually misspoke earlier. It's about 15,675 is a very rough estimate based on the trip generation of those developments that are around the area. That may be an upper bound in the estimate of those trips because it ignores the fact that some of those subdivisions have other points of access, but it also doesn't account for what might happen in the future outside of this area in terms of regional traffic growth or regional growth in Knightdale or very much further east of this area. But it was 15,675 is that rough estimate. And I'm sticking to the 75 only because it's a round number. It is certainly not that precise. There's not that many significant digits.
And then did you take into consideration 5228 Needham Road, C3119?
Yes, that is one of the developments that I'm adding into that trip generation. I'll name them real quick here so it's clear for everybody. It's the Blue Run Lane zoning case, Z31, the Riverwalk townhomes, which are under development or under construction right now, the Z24 case that you're talking about now, Belmont Phase 5, which is S35 2018, and then also the towns at Stone Ridge in the corner there, which I think, according to the applicant or according to that person from the public, is under site. They're starting construction now, but that is an approved subdivision, so I would not be surprised.
Okay. And what is the trip generation during peak hours for townhomes, and what is it for single family?
The trip generation numbers?
Yeah, isn't it for an apartment, I know that we typically have a point of a trip generation. So it's either 1.2.
You mean like trips per unit?
Yeah, thank you.
That's, we're generally using an equation that is not a linear equation. Oftentimes they're actually logarithmic equations. But let me see if I can't get a rough rate from our spreadsheet here. For Low-rise multifamily housing, which is the IT code for kind of garden apartments and townhomes. A rough trips per dwelling unit is 7.3 on a rate. So the numbers that I calculated or I'd given you before based on an equation that's more of a best fit to the available data. 7.3 trips per day per unit for that land use.
Okay, and what about single family?
That goes up to 9.4 trips per day. And again, the 0.4 is a little bit false in the sense that there's not that much precision here. There is a number of developments nationally that have been surveyed by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and that is the best fit or the average, but there's a lot of variability within that.
Okay, and I guess my thought is and I know there's a multiple of cases coming in, so I just would want to understand that, for example, if this case were to go to single family, how many units would it be allowed, and then what the trip generation would be. But it does sound like traffic is pretty much at capacity.
In this case, because if I may have these facts incorrect, John can correct me, even though the applicant is communicating that they are planning to do townhomes and can certainly do townhomes, theoretically they could also do single family homes at that number. So we were actually using single family trip generation for this development because it seems it is possible as far as I know. If that's incorrect, then we'd notch those numbers down a small proportion. But other cases that are subdivisions that are approved are already known to be townhome subdivisions for certainty. And in the case of Z31, I think it's clear that single family homes are not possible at that density at this time, or at least that's the understanding I have from the Envision Tomorrow analysis.
So Z2420, this one is 105 units of townhomes, is that right? And how many units would we get of single family?
This is John Anagnos. We don't have any reason to believe that they wouldn't be able to achieve 105 units with a single family development type. We haven't really done a sketch to try to prove or disprove that, but there's, judging by the rectangular shape of this site, it seems very reasonable that they could have 105 single family units.
Okay. Do we have other questions, requests for clarification at the table? I know Travis just sent the memo. Jason did give a very thorough recap. Commissioner O'Haver, did I see your hand? Or no?
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay.
I was looking for my mute button. A couple of things, Jason. Out of the 4 other developments that were identified and shown in the exhibit, I couldn't follow where they all were in the process, but can you speak to if any of those are going to be required to make mitigation or make improvements? Back to your comment about as these developments come online, they're required to make improvements, which again lead to setting up the public improvements. And so I'm just curious if you could speak to which of these. I guess it's really only a couple that are along Buffalo Road that might be required to provide improvements or provide mitigation.
Sure. I don't believe any of these are providing mitigation to a traffic impact analysis, to be clear. So the improvements would be improvements to the streets, so building out subdivision streets in all of their cases. And in the case of anything that fronts on Buffalo Road, there is the dedication of right-of-way at an absolute minimum and usually frontage improvements. So this case is on Buffalo Road. So if this were subdivided, and that's irrelevant of the rezoning, the Buffalo Road would be widened to that side, and whatever is feasible and safe from an engineering standpoint is constructed. As a for instance, in that the Riverwalk townhomes, which is actually goes all the way to Buffalo Road. There's multiple phases, and the phase closest to Buffalo Road is under construction now. They provided right of way and maybe a small amount of widening to build a left turn lane. But given the approach to the bridge and the width of the existing bridge, there was not the ability to widen safely Buffalo Road without creating a crash hazard of sending somebody in that rightmost lane into an embankment of the bridge and causing a very serious issue there. So there are fees in lieu for that type of improvement. The S49, the Towns at Stone Ridge development, is making improvements to Buffalo Road because they need to have a left turn lane into their development, even though that's not in our comprehensive plan, and are dedicating portions of the street on both the west and the north side of that development to get those street extensions in place. And I think none or very little of that is going to be built as streets because they would be dead ends into the woods and would be places that might attract dumping or other undesirable uses, people storing vehicles, that sort of thing. So those are going to be a dedication and a fee in lieu situation for that development, in which case if the development to the north, which has no, the land to the north, I should say, has no other easy access, would be able to extend those streets through the newly developed, or the newly dedicated right of way, make improvements, and then they would have street frontage that they currently don't have because of the location of that land. But all of those would, and so if, for instance, I'll go to Belmont Hall, that is a development that doesn't front on Buffalo Road. To my knowledge, there is no improvements outside of the boundaries of that subdivision associated with that, though I have not read that subdivision or administrative approval. But they're certainly dedicating and building public streets for a network within that, which will help some of those residents find a shorter path to South Hall or to Valley Stream or to other places. So even when we don't have a widening to Buffalo Road, the build out of a connected street grid helps reduce the importance of any one link in the network. Did that answer your question?
Riverwalk townhomes and the Towns at Stone Ridge have essentially provided fee in lieu and dedication. And if I kind of squint my eyes, if we say that Riverwalk connects to Buffalo Road and the Towns at Stone Ridge connect to Buffalo Road, there's a little piece there in between that and this case Z2420. If I'm hearing that DOT, wouldn't make improvements until 2035, we've got developers who have made dedication, paid fee in lieu. This gets back to some of our earlier conversations about how do we look at this more comprehensively versus case by case. One of the smallest projects here on this map is now at the point where they're being asked to shoulder a little bit heavier burden, where it looks like there's the possibility if these other developments have paid fee in lieu and right of way has been dedicated, what mechanism, how do we trigger the city coming in and making these improvements?
That is a good question, and I don't know that I have the answer to something that is largely dependent on budgeting decisions by city council. The one thing I would add is that 2035, I have not talked to David Kielsen about that. I suspect that what David was telling the citizen was that is how it is listed in the Metropolitan Transportation Plan that is maintained by our Metropolitan Planning Organization, CAMPO, and that is a best guess of the timing of various projects, and there's only 3 horizons in that plan: 2025, 2035, and sometime beyond 2045. So really, that does indicate how the region viewed this project in terms of its ability to match financial constraints to needs and the priority, and that it is not one of the soonest projects, but it is not a firm date where NCDOT has a plan to do something in 2035, and definitely not until 2035. It is more a sense of priorities and of financial constraints. The city could certainly, if I'll paint a what if scenario. If the Z24 site were subdivided and paid a fee in lieu, or in this case, they probably would be able to do their frontage widening without any challenges. And the towns at Stone Ridge is doing what they're doing, and the land to the north is developed. There would be a small gap in there, and they're doing that small gap as a city project to realign Buffalo Road, to connect it in a contiguous way, is not necessarily a huge lift. It is not something that I can commit funding to by any means, and there's a lot of what ifs in that, but it is the sort of thing that would become a staff recommendation through a capital improvement program, and it would be up to city council to find the revenue and make that a priority.
Right. Well, then I was kind of anticipating that, but it sounds like if this particular applicant is willing to make the improvements, and it gets back to the comment that you had about these new developments necessary to realize public improvements and public projects. And there's a way to, if the towns at Stone Ridge are making improvements, and then we can, trip the improvements up there on Riverwalk townhomes, then it seems like this area of Buffalo Road, this is exactly what's needed to start to mitigate some of the traffic concerns on a significant portion of this area.
I think the wording I use in the memo is that the development is probably necessary but insufficient to build out that complete network. And I don't know that I can provide a recommendation of what action planning commission should take, or what a city council policy should be. But the technical facts are that these projects are extremely expensive, absent the dedication and the partial construction of them. And it's very hard for me to see an ability to move them forward without it. But I also, the memo lays out how the existing condition on Buffalo Road is if not already, it's nearing a point of being well beyond being beyond our standards for infrastructure sufficiency. And that is a bit of a chicken and an egg that I realize is frustrating to the Planning Commission, and it's frustrating to me as well. And I apologize, I don't have better answers.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. It looks like Commissioner Fox.
A follow-up question, maybe a point of clarification, Jason. Could you indicate that a signalized intersection at the southern end of the property might be one mitigating factor?
I do mention that, and I don't know that mitigation is given the way that traffic engineers use that in TIAs, it may not be the word I should have used if I did use that. But the best place to potentially set up a situation where a cross street could have a signalized intersection where it's likely to meet warrants is at that location. And that's geometrically appears to be a pretty safe location. And that if development of this site were to result in a bunch of offset intersections just a little bit down from that is going to make it more difficult to put in a signalized intersection over time. If development of this site can help ensure that becomes a public street in a cross intersection, it's more likely that signal can be done. I do think it's possible for an applicant to offer a condition to build a signal if warranted and if approved by NCDOT and the city of Raleigh. But because of NCDOT maintenance of these streets and their oversight, and because of our colleagues in traffic engineering needing to have some engineering judgment on top of our planning judgment, we can't accept a condition that says we will build a traffic signal, because there's a chance that NCDOT will not allow us to, or a chance that our traffic engineers will recommend against it. But a traffic signal at that location and improvements to help set that up might help the situation a little bit.
That condition just look like an additional easement on the property at that corner to allow future installation? What does that look like?
I might kick that question to John and my colleagues in planning. It appeared to me, and I may be wrong about this, that the property owners on both sides of that are the same. and that they could, plan to do something there. What mechanism legally they can do that with, and I'm not sure about.
This is John. Yeah, that's something we'd have to look into a little bit more. It is possible for a zoning condition to require off-site transportation improvements when they are placed in the public right-of-way, because that's something that the city has ownership of. In this situation, it does appear that installing a traffic signal would involve some impact on private property and potential conversion of private property to public right-of-way. And those things, it's not clear to me, would be legal to include in the zoning condition.
Follow up on that. John, if we don't need to take action on this today, would holding this for 2 weeks allow a little bit more time to research what that might look like?
Yes, we can look into that further.
And for clarification, John, the deadline is in November at some point. Is that correct?
Yes, the deadline is November the 23rd.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner O'Haver?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up to that, Roberta. Let me ask this question. If there's some concern about how legally to put that in the zoning condition about the private property, if we ask the applicant if they'd be willing to do a TIA during site plan, would that maybe give the commission a little bit more comfort? Again, I feel like they're making the necessary dedication. It seems like if they'd be willing to make even some temporary mitigation to alleviate until the city can get its act together and get the improvements initialized over here, that maybe that could give some level of comfort to the commission. I'm not sure. Just a question.
Okay. We've had.
This is Jamie Schwather. I have just a point of clarification, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
If it would help in terms of the traffic certainty, we do intend to do townhomes here, and if that would help in terms of providing a kind of a better estimate on what the generation would be, we're happy to consider that. I do want to just point out the property to the south is a mobile home park that's subject to government loans that have significant restrictions on what easements can be placed across. So it's not a matter of just the same owner and can willfully burden the property. And I'd also like to point out that we're talking about a signal, but in an area that's ultimately a 4-lane section. So we don't want to be looking at improvements that would be then torn out when the road is expanded. So happy to look at this over the next 2 weeks and work with staff and receive whatever information they have as soon as possible so that we can talk through this. But I just wanted to make those points.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Schwabler. Commissioner Lampman?
Okay, I think this might be for the applicant as well. One of the things that was mentioned in your presentation was a fee in lieu, and I understand where Commissioner O'Haver was coming from in terms of if this section is already to be widened, but it sounded like you might do a fee in lieu instead of widening it. Is that what I heard?
Well, the way that this standardly happens is at site plan, when there's specifics about exactly where the driveway locations will be and what's to be widened and what existing right-of-way exists, we are required to look at what we're doing on our side of the property and whether the city has to do things on the other side of Buffalo. And in situations like this, where the ultimate cross-section is not yet built, sometimes the city says we don't want these roads to nowhere or sections built that confuse travelers of an additional lane that starts and then ends. So they ask us to do a fee in lieu of those improvements that the city then holds until a time when the city can do the complete study or the complete improvements. And I think what Jason was mentioning is if at site plan, that's a request that we expect to discuss with the staff. We're happy to talk about whether the improvements are appropriate or fee in lieu is appropriate. And I think Jason was mentioning, there's a possibility that all of these fees in lieu would kind of relieve the city from having to do the complete improvement, and they'd only have to do a portion of what just the leftover gaps are that haven't already been improved. So that would be something we'd be willing to discuss, but it's typically done at site plan when the engineering is fully built out and we know exactly what amount of right-of-way we're talking about and what the DOT will allow.
Okay.
This is Jason Myers. I have an additional thing I want to make sure is clear. Everything Jamie said about the site plan aspect of that is correct, and that there's some engineering judgment in that. It's an NCDOT oversight process. But to be clear, the fees in lieu are not held for individual streets. The city receives fees in lieu and other permit fees that help with transportation projects. They are immediately budgeted within a couple of years into other projects. And there's also a reimbursement program which comes from a separate stage. So I could never tell you, and the reason I'm saying this is because I can imagine some light bulbs going off where people want to know how much fees in lieu do we have stored up for Buffalo Road. That is not the case. The fees in lieu are kind of a global citywide receipt, and they're rebudgeted immediately. I do believe that this frontage of this site is something that would probably be mostly constructed, if not entirely constructed. But I can't commit to that. That is more just my judgment of seeing other site plans elsewhere and what happens. This seems like a situation where widening and adding left and right turn lanes will be possible. I'd note that opposite most of the site's frontage on the subdivision, and I can forget its name, that's been existing for a while, they have built curb and gutter and they have built their widening improvements. So there may be a short section of fully standard 4 or 5 lane street in here if this were subdivided.
Okay, thank you. Jason, your feedback is amazing. I appreciate it very much. I have one other comment is, as I zoom in on either Google Maps using the terrain function or on the iMaps, when I look at possible widening, I do see the possibility for eminent domain. I see that there's some sections where there is a sidewalk that might help in terms of creating the additional space for the road, which means I don't know if there's going to be another sidewalk added, but if I look at some of these single family homes on the east side of Buffalo Road, a lot of them are very close to the road. So my thinking is that an expansion of Buffalo Road will certainly encroach onto these single family lots quite a bit. And I don't know how fast people might go along Buffalo Road. But again, I think that all of this kind of contributes to the concerns of traffic and what the opportunities will be for expansion along Buffalo Road. I don't know if you have any feedback to that, Jason, if you've looked at eminent domain or whatever that might be.
Of course, if there is a city project to widen something, that is a tool that can be used if negotiations fail the property owner. The sections of Buffalo Road that have a sidewalk also have curb and gutter, and generally when we make those street improvements, we try to maintain that existing curb and gutter and that sidewalk and not encroach further into those property owners. That subdivision on the east side of Buffalo Road there, it did its improvements, it built its sidewalk, it widened the street, and it met its obligation. And we try not to, in scoping and developing these projects, tear up that and rebuild it in a different location. It's certainly not take any of their land. There are times where some of that has to happen for various horizontal or vertical alignment reasons. But usually we hold that curb line and we'll push it over into the other side. So I don't think, and if we did take out a sidewalk, we absolutely only do complete street projects. We would not we would just certainly be having sidewalks on both sides of any street improvement project we did.
Okay. And what about the utilities? Because it does look like utilities run along like the utility easement. So will that be pushed further back onto lots?
They can be, if there's a need to move things. Some part of our right-of-way acquisition and transportation projects is often procuring utility easements for the relocation of utilities if necessary, yes.
Does that create any other obstacles, for example, falls or anything like that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last word you said. Any obstacles like what?
Sometimes developers look at fall, like if a tower is, let's say 20 feet tall, and if it falls, then that has a 20-foot essentially radius. Is there anything like that would impact moving the utilities further onto these folks' lands?
That's not something I've ever dealt with, so I can't say yes or no. I apologize.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jason. Really, really helpful. Seeing that there's still some questions and that the applicant is okay with the 2 weeks, I'm going to pull this back to the table and, without objection, hold it here until the next meeting, and just ask that commissioners reach out to Jason and the applicant about any more specific technical details or questions that they might have between now and then that can be kind of handled offline, so that we can get just a quick recap next time. I appreciate everyone's thorough kind of evaluation of this. Commissioner O'Haver, one last final comment?
Yeah, again, I just want to reiterate, I think, and I know we've mentioned this before, that these types of, I'd really like to find a way to look at this more comprehensively. And we had talked about either putting it in Transportation Committee or Strategic Committee. And so I just want to encourage us to do this. Again, looking at the benefits of the improvements to Buffalo Road there for this, to me, would be better than to do nothing at all. But it's very, very hard to just look at this one specific case and make a decision. So I just would encourage us to think about how we can do that. That's all.
Great, thank you. Duly noted. So I guess without objection, we're just going to hold it here at the table until the next meeting. Thank you, everyone, for your input and insight, and especially thanks to Jason Myers for doing such a thorough analysis of this, bringing it to the table. So we will now hold that, and we will continue to move forward on to case Z3119. It's a request to rezone approximately 30 acres of land from residential 4 with special highway overlay district 1 to residential 10 conditional use with the special highway over district 1. This request was last discussed during the August 11th meeting. We heard a staff presentation, an applicant presentation, and heard from members of the public. In response to previous discussions, the applicant has offered additional zoning conditions. Mr. Belk is here to provide a brief update on behalf of city staff.
Thank you, Chairman Donasulo, members of the Planning Commission. This case has been before you on numerous occasions. It is a request to rezone approximately 30 acres from R4 with the SHOD 1 to an R10 conditional use. And as you know, it's inconsistent with the future land use map. The deadline for this case is September 25th. This is the result of a 60-day extension that City Council granted last month. So without a recommendation today, the Planning Commission would need to request another extension of this case. I just want to point that out. Next slide, please. This shows that the zoning is largely R4 and AP, as well as conservation management in the surrounding area. Next slide. An aerial perspective. Next. A couple of streetscapes relative to the site. Next. I do want to update you on the proposed conditions for this case. Significantly, the applicant has proposed to reduce the density to 4 dwelling units per acre. When this case was originally brought forward, it was proposed at a density of 7.5. Next slide. No changes to condition 4. Next. Condition 5 reflects the reduced density and the reduced number of entitled dwelling units. The conditions 6 and 7 remain the same. Next. The 20% minimum open space condition has been removed. Also, the maximum impervious surface coverage condition was changed, and that reflects a slight increase. Previously, it had been at 55%. Now the condition is for 65%. Another significant addition from the applicant here is a new condition, number 10. In response to concerns about transition and building type, the applicant has proposed to build only the detached house building type on any lot that would border the south parcel. That's the parcel at 7111 Blue Runway. Next slide. A comparison, again, these reflect the new density of 4 units to the acre. The entitlement for townhomes or single-family homes is about the same, and the setbacks are similar. I would note that the side setbacks for the proposed zoning match the current R4 setback. Next slide, please. Again, the proposal is inconsistent with the future land use map. Next. In our comprehensive plan analysis, we want to revisit some of the transportation issues that we've discussed previously with this case. I'll ask my colleague, Jason Myers, to give you that information. Jason.
Thank you, Don. I'm going to go, so I have some slides that you've seen before. I'm not going to talk through them all. This just reminds you there's 2 maps in the comprehensive plan, both T1 and T5. T5 is grade separations. Let's go to the next slide. This slide shows the street plan and the existing interchange and a proposed future interchange. And then the next slide. So part of what we're looking at with this case is its very unique location relative to the river and the I-540 control of access, and that there is only currently access to the north. There isn't the planned ability to have access anywhere else except the very long-term possibility of access to the south with construction of that neighborhood street. Next slide. So partly what I'm looking at is the proportion of that developable land's transportation capacity that is taken up by this proposal. So that 250 acres is bigger than the site itself. And the next slide. So there's a 30-acre site which generates about 1,004 vehicle trips per day as it's now conditioned, which is about 38% of the capacity of a neighborhood street according to our street standards for the number of units that we usually put on a neighborhood street. And so that's 12% of the land in this area, but 38% of the trips. The next slide shows what this looked like when you last saw it, which was 42%. So that change drops that down. I think originally it might have been 54% with 7.5 dwelling units per acre. And as the case has been modified, it has come down a little bit, but we're now at 38%. In the next slide. So those are the reasons why this is inconsistent with policy T1.1, is that the inconsistent with the future land use map or the additional use of transportation capacity probably requires some changes to the street plan or to map T5, and those are not being presented with this case or in the same timeline as this case. Next slide. So now I'm going to go a little bit, and we've covered some of this ground earlier with our previous case, but wanted to talk a little bit about transportation projects in this area. This is a little bit different version of the same thing we had earlier. I've highlighted some of the development proposals in the area that are either in a rezoning review or have a subdivision approval. And those projects, as we talked about before, if they are on Buffalo Road, make frontage improvements, which help to build out the network. The bridges, and we have the existing interchange, the future interchange, and then I put a little exclamation point over the Neuse River Bridge of Buffalo Road. Those are all public projects that have to be done with public dollars at some point because there's no requirement from a frontage improvement standpoint to do those. Just off of this map to the north are two other grade separations of I-540, one for Perry Creek Road and one for Beckham Street, which are in the plan and would be public projects, but are not on this map and are not something that can happen. So one of the things that's unique about this case is it is not on Buffalo Road. It is not on another major street, and therefore it's not going to build any transportation capacity except its own internal network to that site. And then the next slide is a little bit about the TIA. So the applicant did provide a TIA that was done before Planning Commission requested staff to review it. Staff reviewed that. I believe the TIA is in the agenda materials. Some of the assumptions of that traffic impact analysis are an annual 2% growth. That traffic impact analysis studied 6 dwelling units per acre for this case. It is now conditioned to 4, so it overstates things a little bit. And it also added the Milburnie Ridge traffic from S36 2018, which is the subdivision a little bit east of here has frontage on both Milburnie Road, Old Milburnie Road, and Buffalo Road. So in addition to the 2% growth, it added a trip generation from that rather large subdivision. Some of the findings are that it estimates that in the 2019, based on the counts, the Pine Drive level of service approach for people exiting Pine Drive onto Buffalo Road is level of service C during the peaks, and that based on traffic growth of the 2% and other developments, that would fall to D in 2026. It found that the traffic from this study or from this development doesn't significantly impact delay. It does make it infinitesimally greater, but the 2% growth per year is really what is driving the change from Pine Drive from C to D for just the approach. And earlier I mentioned how the intersection level of service is only really a significant concept for a signalized intersection, but that the signalized intersection of I-40 eastbound and Buffalo Road is projected to fail in the PMP, have a level of service F in 2026, I think regardless of this development, but that this development would of course make it a small amount worse. And I'll refer you to the TIA review memo in the packet, and I can try to answer any questions about that as well. The applicant's traffic engineer may also be available. Next slide, please. I provided this image not because I have anything specific to say, but just wanted to make sure we were thinking about the site design a little bit of what this condition actually looks like today. This is I-540 eastbound, the signalized intersection that's projected to fail in 2026 from a level of service standpoint, and the Pine Drive intersection with its stop control. The site is, of course, a fair amount south of here, but this is its only point of access right now, and this may be a helpful visual aid to have Planning Commission discuss this. I think that concludes my part of this. Yes, back to Don.
Thank you, Jason. Again, this proposal is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, inconsistent overall. Next slide. One policy has been added to the consistency column as a result of the revised conditions from the applicant. As I mentioned, the condition number 10 regarding the construction of the detached house building type for any lot facing the southern facing property at 7111 Blue Run Lane. That has resulted in the LU 5.4 density transitions policy moved into the consistent column. Next slide. these are some of the inconsistent policies with this case, as you have heard. Next. Again, deadline for action is September 25th, and the noted inconsistencies which have been thoroughly examined.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Belk. Without objection, I will go ahead and add 8 minutes to both sides. We have the applicant and someone in support signed up to speak, as well as those opposed that we have, I think most of which we have heard from before. But everyone is signed up, so we do want to hear new information and new updates as much as possible from everyone who's here signed up. So if we could start with the applicant, starting with Mr. Mills and then to Mr. Gephardt. We can put 8 minutes on the clock.
Yes, good morning again. This is Worth Mills. Again, just to recap, some of the key changes that we've made since Planning Commission last heard this case. We've lowered the density down to 4 units per acre, which is what is currently allowed on the site. And we have added a condition that requires that any lots bordering the properties to the north or south of us must be built with a single family detached home. So between lowering the density and creating a condition that requires a single family detached, we have, in our opinion, we have adequately buffered the site both from a density standpoint and from a building type standpoint. Obviously, that lower density is going to have effects on our traffic counts as well. We've lowered our traffic counts almost 40% from total daily trips from when we originally performed our traffic impact analysis. So we've been continuously listening to staff, to Planning Commission, and to our neighbors. And I believe that our conditions demonstrate that. Want to note that we believe that the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, even though it's inconsistent with the future land use map, because it's consistent with key policies that concern the location of growth, density transitions, low impact development, floodplain protection, and greenway connections. It's reasonable and in the public interest because the density is limited to what is allowed by current zoning. We've provided housing options and housing variety within the development due to the single family detached condition. We're providing sidewalks throughout the development, including a condition that requires us to connect to the city's greenway system. We've added enhanced protections to the Neuse River and the floodplains by prohibiting development within 800 feet of that floodplain. We've enhanced those transitions to the adjoining property from both landscaping and building type form. And we're locating growth where the city of Raleigh has extended facilities, both from a utility standpoint and from use and enjoyment standpoint. We're across the river from Buffalo Road Athletic Park, and we'll be making a pedestrian connection there via the Greenway path. So we're viewing this as a return on the city's investment in its infrastructure, which was set up in order to increase density in this area, or to spur development. I wouldn't say increase density in this case. And so given the type of development that can occur under the current zoning of R4, and given that the rezoning is now limited to 4 units per acre, the rezoning provides benefits to the surrounding area and the city that wouldn't otherwise occur. And again, those are, those Neuse River protections, the floodplain protections, open space, greenway connections. So we're offering a lot of public benefits on this site while also making sure that we are respectful both of the city's street network infrastructure and of our neighbors' use and enjoyment of their property. Again, just want to make note that the Planning Commission can make its own recommendation on consistency. It's not bound by the staff's report and how they found the case to be consistent or inconsistent. Jay Colvin with Dan Ryan Builders is also on the line, and we are happy to answer any questions that the Planning Commission may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mills. Is Mr. Gephardt still on with us here?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You can go ahead, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Well, good morning, commissioners. My name is Dickie Gephardt, and I own the property that Blue Run Lane currently dead ends into. That's 7130 Blue Run Lane. With the decrease in the density, I can now support this project. It is inevitable and obvious that the development is in the area, and I understand there is a lot of development all up and down Buffalo Road. I would certainly encourage the city or state to make road improvements and to handle all this development. That said, I don't think it is right to hold the property owners of the site, the chapels, personally responsible and have it negatively affect their land value as well as all of ours around it. Development is going to happen, and the base zoning is already R4. What they are now asking for is only 4 units per acre with conditions, which puts the city in more control than if they were to develop under their base zoning. My long-term goal is to maximize the value of my land as well as all of the neighbors. If my land were eventually developed, it would have access to Blue Run Lane as well as the Pine Drive extension that would connect to Tar Heel Club Drive. There would only be one parcel now between my land and the connection to Tar Heel Club Drive. Once that connection is made, obviously it opens up all of this land to have additional access points and not have to go solely onto Buffalo Road. I think the world of my neighbors and their opinions. I just think that what is currently being offered is extremely reasonable. If we waited for all of the Buffalo Road improvements to be made, an argument could be made to increase the density tremendously on all of Blue Run Lane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gephardt. We'll now move on to the 4 individuals who were signed up in opposition. Each individual will have 2 minutes to speak, and we will start with Ms. Boyd.
Hello. I'd just like to reiterate, you guys have seen all that traffic information on that other project we spoke about previously. It's not getting any better. And especially with him saying 2035 is when the widening is going to happen, it's insane to put all of this extra housing and traffic onto this road when it's already bursting at the seams. I'd also like, if this project moves forward, I think that the city or the project people should have to put in a sidewalk along Blue Run Lane because a lot of us walk our dogs down there, and especially if there's going to be a connection to the greenway on that bridge, there's going to be even more inclination for people to walk our dogs that way. And with extra people driving on that road, it's not going to be safe, especially since they hardly ever mow the grass next to it. The grass gets up to like 4 feet high. I can't move onto the grass when cars are coming. Also, I question why they need to increase the zoning anyway. If they've already reduced the capacity down to 4 units per acre, isn't it already at R4? So why does it need to be rezoned? And everything else I've pretty much said before, just traffic is a big problem. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We will now move on to Ms. White, 2 minutes on the clock.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I agree with Commissioner Haver, and I appreciate him bringing up the point that I think we need to look at development on Buffalo Road as a whole rather than just each particular rezoning request. Again, my only point, and this is not a new point, but I will bring this up again, is that there is only a single point of access from Blue Run Lane to Pine Drive, and Pine Drive to Buffalo Road. And again, we've been told by the DOT that there can be no light at the end of Pine Drive, so making left turns almost impossible. And with increased development in the area, we're very concerned about that. Also, access to emergency services. There is the fire station on Buffalo Road, but during peak hours, their ability to get to my property would be severely impacted. And I'm extremely concerned about that. Also concerned about the environmental impacts, as I mentioned with the earlier case. We've seen a lot of muddying of the Neuse River due to the rains, and we have seen what the silting has happened in the area that we call the Flat Rock due to development in the area. I'm very concerned about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. White. We'll now move on to Ms. Poole. Is Ms. Poole on the line with us, Ray?
I think they mistakenly hung up when I unmuted them. Give me a second to dial them back in.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Ms. Poole?
Yes.
You are all set to go ahead and give your input.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I accidentally cut you off when I picked up the phone a while ago.
No worries.
Thank you. Good morning. My property is adjacent to the chapel property. And first of all, I wanted to let you know that my farm has been accepted into the Voluntary Agricultural District Program. So I want to be sure that this is added to the subdivision plat so that when people are looking for a home, they will see that they will be buying a home next to a working farm. I would like for you to have that as part of the process if this subdivision is approved by the Planning Commission and City Council. I also request that as part of the approval that the builder provide metal fencing and plantings along the property line as part of the project. Mr. Colvin has previously offered these provisions. And I want to state my opposition to a subdivision on Blue Run Lane. With the construction already in progress along Buffalo Road, and now more land has been sold for development on Buffalo, Forestville, and Needham Roads, there's no infrastructure there to handle all of the traffic that this extra traffic will produce. It's like putting the cart before the horse. The road needs to be widened to handle this beforehand. And Blue Run Lane is one way in and one way out, and so is Pine Drive. It will be a very dangerous thing to get in and out, especially with no stoplight there. And there is no possibility of one because of the proximity to the light at 540. And as I've stated before, I pray that there will not be a fatality. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your consideration of this matter.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Poole. And our final speaker is Mr. King.
Yes, my name's Phil King. I'm Sandra Poole's husband. I have been opposed to the development of this project ever since it got started. Mainly to begin with, it was personal reasons. I enjoyed the serenity of being able to walk in the woods, walk along at the back of field and soybean fields back there with no sight of development, there. And as time has gone on, though, this project's been, I guess, going on now for a little over a year. It's finally come to my, conclusion that my personal reasons are not what is the most important here. The safety factor of getting in and out of Pine Drive down there is paramount. And there are many residents of Pine Drive who are in the construction business of some type. Many of them tow all different size trailers with equipment on it. And, you know, of course, they're trying to get in and out of that intersection too. Making a right turn at any time of day just about, except at the 4:30, 5:30 late afternoon traffic. Sometimes you have trouble getting in, making a right turn there because people have been lined up way past the Neuse River Bridge waiting to get through that light, and they just don't want to let anybody else in. But any other time of the day, a right turn is, you know, is almost instantaneous. But making that left turn with the traffic coming off of 540 and turning right on Buffalo and coming down the hill, they've been used to running 70 plus miles an hour. And when they come up on Buffalo Road, they slow up some and make that right turn, but they're still in a hurry. And so when you're trying to work your way through the outgoing traffic on one side and then the speeding traffic on the incoming side over there, it's just very dangerous. And with those new developments that are going on the other side of Buffalo, Riverwalk and
Thank you, Mr. King. Well, thank you very much to everyone providing the input. I think that we all very much know the challenges around this area after the last couple of weeks and months. With both sides speaking, we have some updated conditions. I'm going to now bring it back to the table for questions, comments, discussion. Commissioner Lampman?
So just to confirm that if the proposed zoning with the new condition would allow for 117 units versus the 118 on the townhomes, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and just to confirm that our full existing zoning would allow for 72 units?
The current entitlement under R4 would be 72 units.
Okay, so then based on the traffic discussion that we heard from the prior group, the numbers of 9.4 trips per unit for single family homes actually then increased with the proposed change in the zoning. It increased to 1,099.8. It's really loud back there. Donald, I don't know if maybe you need to be on mute for a second. So based on what we learned in the prior case, if single family homes is 9.4, then actually this change from 6 units to 4 units is actually 1,099.8 versus the 854 it would have been at townhomes. If we keep it at existing zoning, that's 72 units, that would actually be 676.8 trips. So actually in this case, by increasing it to, or decreasing it to an R4, we're actually increasing traffic to 1,099.8.
I'll let Jason explain those numbers. He's worked with them closely, but just in general terms, single family detached that building type tends to generate slightly more trips than the townhome type.
So I do have one question because I'm a bit confused with some of the logic of interpretation, not from you, Commissioner Lampman, related to the previous project and this project. In the previous project, we were assuming that it was 10 acres and that single-family homes could be built out at basically the density times the acreage, whereas here we're assuming that it's almost half the density times the acreage. And that doesn't seem, the logic there doesn't seem to add up. Is there clarity on that?
let me take a look at the Envision results once more, so that I may accurately, or try to accurately respond. One moment, please.
Okay, thanks. In the meantime, are there any other questions or comments that are kind of waiting on the sidelines? Commissioner Littman?
This might be for staff. I think you can answer this question. At the current existing zoning, there's an R4, but yet there are setbacks which actually reduce the number of units to 72 units. If this were to be built out as is, they would be able to build 72 units on this site with the appropriate setbacks, right? Without having to come through commission.
Well, by right, they technically, if they can fit it, could build 120 units. It's 29 or 30 acres. So that's part of my question, is that we were looking at 4 units per acre, and I understand that there might be physical constraints, but I know that, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're making an assumption for the other project based off simple math, whereas I think for this one, we're using some form of planning software, but, I'm really hesitant to kind of assume that the density is going to be half of what is allowed by right as it stands. From a strictly a site design standpoint, it's just, I don't know how there is such a significant difference there.
And it doesn't have anything to do with the setbacks, you think?
No.
Okay, thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah, certainly, because I think that the setbacks in the conditions are stricter than if it were just by right R4 right now.
I'm looking at page 23 of the attachment, the PDF, and it does look like the restrictions are stricter on the existing zoning. It says max gross building square foot is limited, pretty constrained. I don't know what potential FAR is, though.
It's floor area ratio. I'm assuming that that's all the same tool or software that also got to the 72 units.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for Don, this is Travis, to give us some more detailed information, maybe I can provide some insight to these estimates, and they are just that. These are estimates based on a tool that we use. It's essentially a supercharged spreadsheet that contains a number of different development regulations as known quantities or known values, and then staff will input site-specific variables. I would again stress that these are estimates and they're not detailed planning models that take into account the shape of the property or other constraints. So I'm also curious, Commissioner Tomasulo, as to the difference between the last two cases here. It's possible that the existing zoning pattern provides some sort of constraint, although the UDO generally has an allowance for what I'll call transfer of density. So if there are significant constraints, like there's a stream running through the property, there are other type of zoning overlays that would otherwise not allow density, the UDO allows for a transfer of those units that would otherwise be in that area into the developable area of the property. So again, it's a pretty simplistic model that just takes into account very basic development standards. It's not a very detailed planning process here from an estimate standpoint.
Thank you, Travis, Chairman Tomasulo, and members of the Planning Commission. I also point out that this site does have significant environmental constraints, as we described previously. And of course, under the R4 zoning, those would be a minimum 10,000 square foot lot. The R10 lot sizes will be substantially smaller. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of the software that we use, but those are some of the major factors as I see them regarding the yield or entitlement on this proposal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Belk. Bringing it back to the table, are there other comments or questions related to this or others, or kind of new discussion points? I don't see too many, sorry, I don't see any hands right now. I know I definitely, and this is somewhat agnostic of this case. I just have challenges holding, and just the kind of interpolation of realized zoning density versus what's by right. It's just really hard to be able to compare those numbers from my experience and in my opinion. So that for me is hard as a talking point. I was glad to see that it seemed like it was that the conditions brought it down to 4 units per acre, which is Did you have a comment, Commissioner Lampman?
I just need to clarify that it's the same number of units. I mean, even though it brought it down to 4, it's still by total development, it's the same count.
I'm just saying, as a metric of density applied to this area, I'm not saying that there isn't a difference in deliverable density. I'm just saying that it was brought down and that there are additional constraints than there would be with regards to access to the greenway and to protection for stormwater runoff into the Neuse River and beyond what it would be if it were built out by right now. I'm not necessarily saying I'm for or against it. I'm just saying that that's my interpretation right now. Commissioner McIntosh.
Yes, so I was wondering if either staff or Chair Tomasulo could answer the question one of the neighbors asked. I think I understand the answer, but just to have someone clarify how the reason someone would rezone for the same number of units that are currently allowed with the current rezoning. I know in the past that's been to allow townhomes. I had the impression that rule was changing, but could we have someone speak on that?
I think maybe Travis or someone. I mean, my interpretation is that it allows for a smaller footprint.
Right. Maybe that's a better question for the applicant, because what you're really asking for here is the intent of the rezoning, and staff can't answer that. What we can say is, what's different between the zoning districts. So the R10 zoning district allows for a smaller lot size, so you gain greater efficiencies there than maybe you would see in an R4 zoning property, which requires larger lot sizes. So that on a constrained site makes a very big difference. But again, that's a good question for the applicant.
Commissioner McIntosh, did you want to pose that to the applicant?
Oh, yes. I thought I would like the neighbor's question to be answered. Yeah, but I'd like the applicant to speak about that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mills, if you are on the line, are you able to speak to that?
I am, and the reasoning behind rezoning to R10 while keeping the density at 4 units per acre is that R10 is the first district that allows for the townhome building type. And so what this allows us to do is to create, a mixed housing variety development with both townhomes and single family while keeping the ultimate density at its current position.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both. So I guess trying to get a read for the commission as to where we stand. I know, there were a lot of feelings last time, in different directions. All right, does this change anything? Is someone ready to make a motion? And that can be for or against. Commissioner O'Haver.
Yeah, I'm not ready to make a motion. Just again, want to make sure I'm thinking about this correctly. I did go back and look at my notes from the previous meeting, and there was a comment from the community. I didn't write down who it was. I normally do, but for some reason I didn't. But they could get behind 4 dwelling units per acre. They were originally at 7 point something. They went down to 6. The comment was made that they could support 4. I think that they've done that. We heard earlier that I think, and I know Commissioner Lampman was doing some of this math, townhomes generally generate less traffic than single family. So the request to be able to include townhomes, again, I think would maybe help alleviate. Again, it's very hard to understand comprehensively the traffic issues out here, but they've agreed to do additional measures in stormwater. So again, I'm not ready to make a motion. I going back through my notes and hearing everything today, it seems like this is moving in the right direction, but I will sort of let some other commissioners comment on that. I can tell Jennifer's definitely not feeling what I'm throwing down.
Yeah, and the reason being is that it allows for greater density of the single family homes. It makes no difference. In fact, it actually increases the traffic count. If they were to develop it as is with the setbacks and having it be the 10,000 square foot per lot, that is fine. That's what they can do right now. I mean, that's a lower traffic count. If I do that correctly, that math correctly, that's 677 trips roughly versus the basically 1,100 trips under the current proposal. So if they were to build it out as is, you know what, even if it came through Planning Commission, I guess there's nothing I can do, I'd be fine with it. But because it's an R4, but with the increase of the R10 zoning and everything else that's allowed and the greater density, if they can reach 1,100 trips, that completely goes against everything that we're evaluating on Buffalo Road. So that's my feedback on that.
I guess, and thank you for that. That makes sense. Totally. I guess just the question for the commission then is the added conditions with connection to public space, increased stormwater runoff, other things that wouldn't be required as a condition. Is that a fair trade-off? And I don't know the answer to that. I guess just, again, that's why I'm throwing it out there. For me, I feel like this is going in the right direction, but I just didn't know if anybody else had any other comments about it.
And, if we're not going to get any more information, then I just recommend someone make a motion and we see where it lands on the table.
My only comment to Brian O'Haver is topography, I think, will limit some of that. But I will make a motion. I recommend to deny case number, and I'm trying to channel my inner Commissioner Fox, who does this so well. I'm moving to recommend denial of rezoning case Z3119. The request is inconsistent with the 2030 comprehensive plan. The request is inconsistent with the future land use map. It is not in the public interest due to traffic considerations along Buffalo Road being at or near max capacity. And is that it? Is that good enough? Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Shanitha, are you able to take roll?
Commissioner, how do you vote? Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Ms. Fox,
Aye.
Ms. Hicks,
Aye.
Ms. Lampman,
Aye.
Mr. Mann,
Aye.
Ms. McIntosh,
Aye.
Mr. O'Haver,
Nay.
Chair Thomasula,
Nay.
Ms. Winters.
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. The motion passes 7-2. And that wraps, I think that wraps up old business. Thank you, everyone, for that. I know that these last few cases have been here for a while, so I appreciate everyone's continued input and diligence on all this. So now moving on to new business. These requests have not appeared on a previous Planning Commission agenda, and these two items were city-initiated text changes. And so, you know, I guess a little bit of a, you know, we're getting very close to noon. The request from staff was because these were generally administrative that we not put them in text change. I don't know if everyone had a chance to go through them, but it'd be great if everyone has a few more minutes to just hear from staff about them. I reviewed them. You know, we did get one note about one of them. And I think it's, we can hear staff's comments on that. But I think generally these are both, one seems very, very simple, but the other one I think is heading in the right direction. And so I think if everyone's willing and able to hang on for another 10 or 15 minutes, we can hear from staff and figure out if we want to move forward with them. So first up is TC 1120. And it's a staff-initiated text change that we're required to send public notice to property owners and tenants, which this is following on something that we talked about previously in a previous commission meeting. Keegan McDonald is here on staff to present.
Okay, thank you. I will try to make my presentation brief and to the point, and happy to answer any questions once I'm through. John, if you could proceed to the next slide. So in sum, TC 1120 would expand the city's mail notice requirements to include tenants and renters wherever such notice is required in the UDO. In addition, it would create a protocol to require posted notice at multi-tenant properties, be it residential or commercial, when tenant information is not readily available. Next slide, please. So the requirement specifically, mail notice would be provided to all property owners and tenants within the specified radius of the subject property or properties as reflected in the Wake County tax records at the time of the request. Notice would also be provided to all property owners and tenants within the request area itself. That's a practice that's in place today. And the ordinance would further clarify that when a discrepancy exists between the site and mailing address within the tax record, which is common for off-site owners potentially, then notification is sent to both to ensure they are properly notified. Next slide, please. In the event that a multi-tenant property sits within the radius of the subject property and addresses for the individual tenants are not readily available, meaning not in the tax record or in IMAPs, then signage shall be posted in the right-of-way immediately adjacent to the multi-tenant property at a conspicuous location visible from the nearest public street or streets if the property fronts on multiple streets. Basically clarifying that in the event mail notice cannot adequately be provided to each of the tenants, then posted notice would be placed in its instead. The posted notice would have specific requirements, not to be less than 18 by 24 inches in its dimensions, and must be constructed of durable materials sufficient to withstand the effects of weather. Kind of consistent with state law, signage shall be posted at least 10 calendar days prior to the date of the meeting. Next slide, please. In addition, there are some requirements stipulated about the contents of the posted notice. So the posted notice will have to contain a case number if one has been assigned, a description of the application type, address of the city's web portal where more information about the application can be obtained, and a phone number and email to contact the applicant. So this is similar information to what's required of posted notices generally throughout the UDO. Next slide, please. So impacts, of course, the large impact of this text change would be that non-owner tenants and renters would receive notice whenever mail notice is required in the UDO. Ideally, where that tenant information is readily available in the Wake County records, then they would receive mail notice. In the event that it's not, posted notice would be required instead to be placed on those specific multi-tenant properties. This would hopefully result in better dissemination of information, increased transparency about development activity at the city, especially for tenants that are now, as stated below, kind of overlooked in the engagement process. However, there is recognition that it could take or could lead to an increase in the time and costs associated with submitting a development application and or request. The responsibility would be on the applicant. Exact process and protocol in terms of how the city will assist in this new noticing requirement has not yet been established, but that's something that all work groups will have to move through. But worth noting that ultimately the responsibility would be placed on the applicant to comply with this new mail notice requirement. And that was previously discussed at the City Council when the this text change was first authorized. So I believe that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I will also note that a significant portion of the drafting was done by the City Attorney's Office. And so I think they would also be able to answer any specifics related to the text.
Great, thank you very much, Keegan. Are there any immediate questions or requests either for staff or the Attorney's Office? Commissioner O'Haver?
I'll defer to Ms. Winters. I think she had her hand up first. I'll go after her.
Oh, Ms. Winters?
Thank you, Commissioner O'Haver. Just 1 point, maybe 2. I wasn't clear where is it also going to be in Spanish? The such notifications. If not, that needs to be a part of the process. Also more so clarification of residents. I understand there's a difference between commercial resident and residential resident. Just that clarification, because I think what I found is that maybe tenants, residential tenants, don't always feel as though that this applies to them, especially if you're putting it in, if it's not going to be individually mailed and it's going to be a uniform open space, they still may not be clear that their voices are requested and that their opinions are requested. So also just a clarification for resident and what that means, and also understanding the difference between commercial and home, but just making sure that that is clear that all voices within the residential setting are necessary. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Winters. Maybe to get a little bit more clarity, are you referring to like how the letter or envelope is addressed?
Well, not necessarily within that. That is a concern as well, but I'm talking about when there are multiple residents and they cannot be not personally, but individually mailed, and it was when relegated to a sign being posted that would then be applicable to residents, that would then be applicable to all. Having the clarification that it is warranted for the individual because many times a resident, also say a tenant, will not think that that is applicable to them. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I guess either staff or Mr. York, are you able to make any amendments? It's like, do you agree that there? And
So I can answer that, and David can chime in if he feels the need, because this is mostly procedural in nature. So the request that I've heard is to ensure that the letter or the sign makes it clear that residents can become involved in the process, and we encourage them to become involved. That seems like something simple for us to add in the content. The second was a request to make sure that I'm sorry to pause for a second. David, could you mute your mic? I think we're getting some feedback. Thanks. The second was to ask that every correspondence have both English and Spanish translation with it. But staff might need to do some digging on that. It's not that the ask itself is entirely difficult. That would require us to have each individual notice translated into Spanish, which could be somewhat of a workload burden for us because we have limited staff that can perform that function. But that's something we could look into. And what I might suggest here is that you offer that as a suggestion for the City Council to explore, and that will give us time to perform the research necessary.
I would just add quickly, the text change itself does not mention residents. It mentions tenants. So it's the owners and tenants of the property. So that would include both commercial and residential tenants. And so, unless I missed up something, I don't believe the text change itself refers to residents. So it applies to commercial and residential tenants.
Commissioner Fox?
Circling back to the language issue for a moment, Travis, might an alternate be staff would be able to use a screening tool that the federal government uses to identify if a rezoning case happens to be in an area with low English speakers, and then provide that information to the applicant, who would have to provide the information in whatever language is identified. And then the onus on the city side would be to have someone review that text versus generate that text. Might that be an alternative?
Sure, and that's certainly another approach. What I would note here is that these are not just notices that go out to our rezoning applicants. We get about 50 cases a year. This would apply to any time we do any mailing in the city, which is thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of mail. You're correct that the applicants generate that content, but city staff has to review it. So screening it for areas that might have a higher ESL population is something we could explore. But again, we still have the same challenge from a workload perspective where staff will have to review the content of the letter to ensure that it's saying the right thing.
Noted. I'd acknowledge that the state has to do it, and so we might think about how they're able to perform that activity.
Certainly, that's something that we could explore if the commission would like to note that for the city council's consideration.
Okay. Thank you both. Commissioner Layman.
This is just a clarification question. So if it goes to a tenant or a resident, is it a blanket statement, the resident of apartment 502, for example, as opposed to the name? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct, because we won't have the resident names.
Perfect.
I know that we got a letter from Ms. Stewart. Did staff or the attorney's office have a chance to review that? I felt like we've maybe gone over it, but I think it was about identifying multi-tenant or multi-resident buildings.
I'm not certain that I was copied on that email.
Okay.
Matt, that's what I was going to bring up.
She was, yeah, I mean, she was just saying that, I mean, she's fully in support of it. She was just trying to help clarify some things. And so she said that, how do you know from a city standpoint or a tax standpoint that a property is multi-tenant?
That's something we could find out pretty easily through IMAPs and through the county records. So we can get number of units within a structure, be it commercial or residential. What we wouldn't have is potentially the addressing scheme, if you will. So we wouldn't know that it's apartment, 502 or apartment 5A. We would just know there are 500 units in this apartment building. And so that's where the sign provision comes into play, where if we can't identify the addressing in a building, then we would put a sign out on the property.
Okay. Yeah, and I think your first portion of that answer answered her the ambiguity on her end. It sounds like that we have record, even if it doesn't, there isn't the addressing, we still have record from a tax standpoint as to what that use is. Okay. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you. The other ambiguity that she pointed out was in 1B, the last part of that statement that says, additionally, all property owners and tenants in the area of request. Can that be specified like within a certain radius or rather than area of request, so it's not left up to interpretation?
This is Keegan McDonald speaking. I just wanted to note that specific language is actually already included in the ordinance. It's my understanding it's been interpreted to mean the subject property or properties that are pertaining to the specific development request, whether it be a rezoning or Board of Adjustment related matter, historic development matter, et cetera.
So to put a finer point on that, I see Ms. Bennett reaching for your mic, and maybe I can further answer the question. It's the subject property. That's what we're referring to.
And just to follow up, because I've done this a lot in my work on projects for the state, one of the tools that the state has been using recently to address this is something through the USPS called EDDM, Every Door Direct Mail. And you have a study area, you identify all the routes within your study area, you give it to the mail service, and they physically deliver the parcel to every mailbox within that area. So I don't think that necessarily has to be in this language, but it's just something that when staff is looking at how this might be done, it's something that I know NCDOT had adopted, and it worked well because it took a lot of the burden from them or their consultants in trying to make sure you've identified every address because of the shortcomings of the tax listings and trying to make sure you get every tenant, trying to make sure you have every address like you were just speaking about, Travis. It puts it on the postal service to deliver a parcel to each mailbox. And that's something that at least the last time I talked to the public involvement office over there was working really well for them. And they were using it almost exclusively.
Commissioner Bennett, we looked into that, and it's based on specific routing and specific zip codes. And depending on and we did some test zoning cases, and looking at it, it was because it's so rigid, you can't tell them where you want the mailings to go to what geographic area. It has to be based on routing. So depending on the property, to pick up 1,000 feet, you may have 4 routes, you may have 2 routes, you may have 1 route. It's you can't tell them you want mailings to go within 1,000 feet of a particular property. And the routes are not necessarily looped together. The routes are based on the convenient driving of the postal carrier. And so you had routes that would be notifying property owners 2 miles away from a property. And then you'd have a lot of property owners in closer proximity that got no notice, but were well outside the 1,000-foot radius. And the concern there was it would cause confusion, frustration. And so that's why we settled on the process that we proposed in the text change. But we did look at it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner O'Haver.
Yeah, I just wanted to get back to Molly's email. That's what I was going to mention, Matt. And I think her first comment goes back to, I think it would help with part of Ms. Winter's concerns. The language apparently says property owners and tenants as reflected in the Wake County tax records. And so the tenants aren't always listed in the Wake County tax records. And so she's just suggesting that we make sure it's clear that it are the property owners and the tax records, as well as any tenants that might be in that particular dwelling unit. So I think that goes a little bit towards what Ms. Winter's concerns is. I think it clarifies that. I think that would be helpful. So I'd like staff to take a look at that. And then the second one that Ms. Bennett was mentioning, she also just says for clarity, and again, I think we want to make sure that that this change is effective. We all think it's important and critical that instead of using the term in the area, she's just suggesting that we specifically say in the radius to make it clear who needs to be receiving these notifications.
Excuse me. One follow-up. It does seem like 1C addresses the tax record issue, but I think that the comment was more that maybe it should be referenced in 1B, but maybe perhaps through legalese it's not necessary. And I guess also, I mean, either Travis or David, if you have any other follow-up to what Brian said.
Sure, and appreciate the comments from Stuart, although, again, I haven't seen them. I'm relying on y'all to convey them to me. You know, the way the ordinance reads, from my perspective, it's pretty clear that what staff is charged with doing is providing a mailed notice to every property, and that means to every property owner, and that any tenant on the property would also receive that notice. And we would use the tool of the Wake County records to provide us with a list of who gets the notice. So again, in reading it, from my perspective, it's extremely clear who we would send the notice to and where we would obtain the information.
Okay. So with that, are there any specific requests? Do we want to hold it at the table until next week to hear about any of these clarifications? I guess at this point I'm a little, just because it's so like legalese, honestly it's a little over my head as to what would help clarify this based off comments. Mr. York or Commissioner.
I was just going to ask about policy. If we hold it till next week for some clarifications, we can get it out after that, right? Because I think there were some good points that were made. we talked about looking into multiple languages, which I think would be critical, clarifying that it's for all tenants. Again, I understand there could be some confusion, even if you post a notice at a property and it's not clear that it's for all tenants. I think there could be some confusion there. So I think the comments today that were made were good. They're nuanced, but I think this is probably more challenging than it might seem. And so if it doesn't really slow things up, I think we all feel like this is important and we can get it out next week. I would like to suggest that we let staff look at those comments and hear them next week and then make a decision. But that's my point, perspective.
Sure, and this is Travis. If the commission would like to hold this item, that's fine. Staff can come back with additional information. What I would note is you don't have a meeting next week. Your next meeting is October 13th. So you would be holding this item until then.
All right. Commissioner Fox, I see you getting, no? Okay. I'm inclined to, I'm inclined to move this forward. I think it's good to get going. I think that including some of the additional, knowing that it was staff initiated, I think, and knowing that we can also push forward perhaps separately, because it sounds like it's a little bit of a different administrative task for, I think, some more of the accessibility around it. Commissioner Fox?
If the commission is willing to hear, I would be willing to offer a motion and add some items for council consideration at the table, if that's an appropriate way to do that.
Great.
Motion to approve TC 1120 tenant notification. As it is reasonable and in the public interest, this text change would include tenants as part of the city's mailed notice requirements, thereby increasing transparency and participation in the planning process. I also move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 22nd, 2020, contained in the agenda materials, and to recommend approval of the zoning text amendment. Some items for council consideration include clarifying language regarding tenant, commercial tenant versus residential tenant, and also including some language to address ESL populations.
All right, I'll go ahead and second that. With a motion and a second, Janitha, would you be able to take roll?
Yes, commissioners. Ms. Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Hicks?
Aye.
Ms. Lampman?
Aye.
Mr. Mann?
Aye.
Ms. McIntosh?
Aye.
Mr. O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Ms. Winters?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everybody. The motion passes unanimously, 9-0, and special thanks to Commissioner Fox for pulling the audible. And I think I need a course that you can teach around making motions. The next item is TC 1220. It's a text change to revise the approval process for subdivisions within historic overlay districts. Eric Hodge will present on behalf of city staff. Actually, hold on one second. Commissioner Winters, did you have a question?
I was going to ask, in the interest of time, can we hold this one? Because I feel like it may have a discussion, as we just did with the text change for notification.
So we can certainly hold this. This is Travis. For the next meeting, that's up to the commission. The only thing I would say about this text change is it is extremely perfunctory in nature. was a request of the city council, and all it does is change the venue for where subdivisions in historic districts are reviewed from the city council to the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. That's really the meat of the text change. There's really not anything else there.
So at a surface level, it seemed like a very kind of administrative change. It makes sense for it to be part of the quasi-judicial process that our HDC conducts for all historic matters. They seem to have a lot more context and allied professionals who are on that certificate of appropriateness board or to review it as opposed to council.
That's really the decision behind the request here. And this was, again, a request of the city council because they've recently seen at least one, maybe two subdivisions in historic districts. And the city council had to operate in a quasi-judicial format for those portions of the meeting, which is not entirely desirable.
Commissioner Bennett?
Yes, Travis, wasn't some language added about when the commission or under which conditions the commission could deny the subdivision, or is that language there now? I thought when I read it, it said that that language was being added.
This is Eric. If I could give my brief presentation, I think I might answer some of these questions.
And just as he transitions to the slide, I'll answer your question directly, Ms. Bennett. The answer is yes, because previously there was no criteria for approval or denial, which is not aligned with state law.
Okay, and I mean, I guess I'll say if commissioners do have to roll off, fully understand it. It does seem like this is relatively simple. If we do start to have some larger questions, then I'm happy to table it. Mr. Hodge?
Thank you. So TC 1220, historic subdivisions, as Travis mentioned, would be moving the approval authority for subdivisions in both historic overlay districts and on sites designated as a historic landmark from the City Council to the Historic Development Commission. The City Council has been the holder of this approval authority for a number of years. I believe that may have had something to do with state law not really being clear as to whether or not historic development commissions such as ours had the approval authority under former state law about these types of subdivision approvals, but there have been recent changes in state law that have clarified that the Historic Development Commission or a Historic District Commission does indeed have that review authority. And so the City Council, as Travis mentioned, feels that the Historic Development Commission is better suited to make reviews of this sort in the quasi-judicial format which they currently operate in for other certificates of appropriateness. Secondly, this ordinance would be clarifying that the subdivision of land in these areas are only to be denied when incongruous with the special character or district of the landmark. Underlining that, I would note that this still requires compliance with any base or other overlay district zoning standards that may be applicable. So this does not give them variance power over underlying or other overlay district requirements as it relates to the subdivision of land. Those would still be in place. If a variance were to be needed in conjunction with this approval, that would still currently require Board of Adjustment action as well. As Travis mentioned, the council currently doesn't really have a standard specific to subdivisions in historic overlay districts. So this language is adding some direction to the Historic Development Commission's deliberation and decision making, and that the subdivision is to be congruous with the special character of the district or landmark. That's really the only subtle nuance they have, other than verifying compliance with base zoning, which staff could otherwise do. Lastly, it aligns the Unified Development Ordinance with recent changes to state law and clarifies that appeals of Historic Development Commission decisions are made directly to Wake County Superior Court. Currently, our ordinance requires a stop at the Board of Adjustment for any appeal of a Historic Development Commission decision, and then potentially on from there to Wake County Superior Court. Changes in state law have made allowances for direct appeals to Superior Court without involving Board of Adjustments, revisiting a decision of another city board who's already operating in a quasi-judicial format. And that really is the summary of the request before you today to make those changes. There are additional slides giving more detail if you want to go over those, but the previous slide, John, summarizes what this request is about.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodge. So I guess with that, if there are any questions, I think that we might hold it at the table, because I do want to make sure that we get to the remainder of the schedule. Are there any questions at all with this after going through it? Commissioner Bennett?
Yes, I have a question, and it's around the language that was added. While it may be subtle, I think maybe the subtleness of it makes me a little uncomfortable. For example, who defines incongruence? What does that mean? Is it specifically regarding land use? What if it's incongruent based on affordability or something else? So I think telling the commission they can only deny it if it's incongruous without defining what that means makes me uncomfortable.
Certainly, and if the commission wants to hold this item, that would be acceptable. I could give you some information in advance if you want to delve into this a little bit deeper at your next meeting. That's acceptable. Incongruous is a word that I believe is derived from state law. It is required for action in a historic district, for designation of a historic district. There is a special character essay that is required, so there's a lot of upfront work that needs to happen to identify the design and character of an area, and it's based on design of properties, design of layout of properties, design of structures, architectural design, and that type of thing. So incongruous is the word that is used by the Historic Development Commission, and it's used in designating districts. It's used in identifying the appropriateness of changes to any existing structure. It's a term of art that they use over and over and over again, but we can give you more information on that next time.
All right, thank you, Travis. Then without objection, we're just going to table this and keep going till the next meeting, and it'd be great to have that kind of information in prep for that next meeting about some of the actions around the COA and their mechanics. So I'm actually gonna skip around a little bit just to make sure that we can cover two more things while everyone's here. I'm gonna skip to my report and then we'll go back to the minutes. And one action that I am going to take is to record Commissioner Bennett's statement dated on June 9th around equity and inclusion, that to tie that statement to update the minutes for June 9th to reflect that statement. And I don't know do we need a vote on that, Travis, or?
So what I've heard is that you would like to incorporate Ms. Bennett's statement in the June 9th meeting minutes, which would be an amendment to those minutes. I believe we can just come back with a corrected set and then you would act on those.
Okay, great. So the goal of this is so that it is in the public record of Planning Commission, that statement. So we will technically hear that at the next meeting? Okay. And then also.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I requested from Ms. Bennett on that meeting, and I believe I wrote her exact words in those minutes. So
Okay.
they should be included.
Okay.
I asked her to email her exact statement, and I copied it in.
So what we can do is just confirm if the statement is not verbatim in the minutes, we'll bring that back to you at your next meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you both. Then I kind of wanted to skip ahead to the report of the Deputy Planning Director, Travis, update on our equity conversation.
Sure. First, I'll offer just some recent City Council actions for your information. At their last meeting, City Council deferred Z4820, which is actually that's Z4819, I'm sorry, on St. Albans Drive. The public hearing has not been scheduled and could be scheduled at their next meeting. 3 items were scheduled for public hearing on October 6, Z1520 at Carolina and Grove, Z2520 Olympia, and TC620, which is neighborhood transitions and senior housing text change. 2 cases were approved, Z820 on Millbrook Road and Z720 Millbrook Road, Z820 Carolina Avenue. There was a public hearing closed for Z4719, that's on Raleigh Road, and it was to allow for revised conditions. And then 1 item deferred to October 6th was Z5319 Thornton Road. So you've got another memo attached to the recent council actions that was penned by Ken Bowers, and apologies he couldn't be here today. He's on a well-deserved vacation this week. So we've had a couple of very brief conversations about equity and what staff is doing from an equity perspective. So I would just reiterate that we've got a group of departmental staff, 6 people that have been going through the Government Alliance for Racial Equity. We call it GARE, G-A-R-E training. There's a total of 20 city employees, but 6 of them are housed in the planning department. This training has been ongoing since last fall, and staff has been extremely involved in that very rigorous process. We additionally have scheduled staff listening sessions, and it's not just for select staff members or even staff members in the planning and development department. This is citywide. These will carry on through October. We actually have a number of staff members, myself included, who are leading those discussions through the next few months. I would reiterate that the topic of equity and inclusion is extremely important. It's extremely valuable for us to have that conversation, and we're appreciative of the Planning Commission's interest in this topic. We have had, as I mentioned, some pretty brief conversations with the Commission about this. You've seen and heard from Dr. Audrey Caesar, who has provided information about her new office that was recently created by the City Manager's Office, known as Equity and Inclusion. We are strong partners with Dr. Caesar and have been working with her very closely as we forge ahead in this conversation. So the meat of the memorandum that you have from Ken contains some actionable steps that staff has identified for us to move this conversation forward. Some of them I'll say are easier to implement, and staff is in the process of implementation there. So for instance, there's a reference to our annual data book. The data book contains a lot of information about just city data in general. We publish it every year. We're in the process of finalizing publication now, and so we're trying to determine the best course for how we move ahead with that publication. Our idea here is that we would include more information in the data book that speaks to equity and inclusion as a topic, bringing forward some data points that would be very helpful to folks reading that information. So our 2 options are to either have a slight delay in publication and include from a high level touch point about equity, in this year's publication, or the second option is to simply publish what we have now and then issue an addendum in a month or two that contains a much more robust review of those data points, and that's a decision point that staff is currently weighing at this time. Secondly, we're going to enhance our staff reports. So you might remember that we've recently updated the staff reports to include some more information about the environment, and we're going to do the same thing as it relates to equity. As the memo notes, that's a little bit deeper topic for us to explore and is not as clear cut as maybe some other metrics that you might be used to seeing. Our hope here is that we would have this discussion in the November Committee of the Whole. Additionally, in the October Committee of the Whole, we would like to have a facilitated discussion with the Planning Commission, and that will be led by staff members in the Planning Department. We've also identified an equity audit of the comprehensive plan. This will be a longer term action item that will likely take a fair amount of investigation and discussion. We're going to begin this effort in the near future, and we're targeting spring of next year for a real robust review there. And finally, there's a potential for usage of our funds. So you might know that we've got a small amount of money that normally we set aside for Planning Commission members to attend in-person conferences. Obviously, that's not happening now. We don't see it happening even in the near future. So we could take a look at training efforts that are out there and see if we could divert divert's a bad word, use those funds that we would normally use for conferences on some sort of equity training. So that's another item that we're looking into. I'll pause there and allow for any questions. You obviously have the full memo in your backup. And if you want to reach out to me separately, feel free to do that.
Thank you very much, Travis. I think that the overall goal through all of these different tracks is really, and I've had some nice back and forth with Commissioner Bennett and a few other commissioners, and I think that the overall goal that all of us are seeking is to, assess all of our cases through the lens of equity. And so working on getting data and language and updates so that we can do that. Something else I think that, I think is maybe a little bit more for us on the commission, but that I also was able to talk to with Travis and Ken was also just around like language that we use. And I think that that's also where some of the training could come in too, but like how we, like different language that we use and how that could then help inform the comp plan and push a little bit on what seems to be a very, very kind of heavy document to lift. So, yeah, but I just kind of open it up for any comments or feedback or thoughts at the moment. Commissioner O'Haver?
So around the equity training in the Committee of the Whole, I think that's great. But, when I sat on the Appearance Commission and other commissions, do we have a annual retreat at the Planning Commission? Could we really sort of find some time that we can focus on it versus trying to mix it up with Committee of the Whole stuff and really just kind of maybe focus in a retreat? I don't know the possibility of that. And then my second question is it possible, for me, it would be helpful. I know I could go back and pull it up, but Travis, on this report from the Deputy Director, is it possible when you're listing the council action that you remind us how we voted the recommendation out from the Planning Commission? Because I know there have been some conversations and some concerns, myself included, that we are spending a lot of time and having a lot of robust conversation, and a lot of ideas are coming out of these meetings. And I want to be able to sort of see how council is reacting to that and sort of where we stack up with the amount of time that we're spending versus what's coming out of council. That would be helpful for me. I don't know if there's any of the other commissioners have any thoughts on that.
Commissioner Lampman?
I watch a lot of the council, how they review our cases, and I don't sense that there is a lot of introduction into how we came to our conclusions. I think they just get the report, and I'm not really sure if they've read through it all. Sometimes a council member will ask why certain people or why two people opposed, but our thoughts are rarely communicated. And I think, that's kind of why in some cases I've pointed out, like to Shanitha, I say, okay, specifically, can you put this in here? Because I think when it's included in the motion, it is more likely to get communicated, but other than that, they approach it as if it was cold, and they end up rehashing all the things that we've discussed, which I like that we're on track with their thought process. So there's usually synergy there, but they start over, essentially. They don't really look at our stuff.
So I can quickly react to Mr. O'Haver's suggestion and Ms. Lampman's comments. First of all, great suggestion. I think that's something that we could pivot and quickly include in your next meeting. So we'd be happy to do that. And to Ms. Lampman's point, the way that you as a body communicate to the city council is through your certified recommendation. And the certified recommendation is just that. It's the recommendation of the body that includes the motion for, how the motion was structured and who voted for the motion in which direction. So we've got some information there, but it doesn't include the full context or the breadth of the conversation. And I think that's kind of what you're looking for. Shanitha can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our minutes are transmitted to them as well. If they're not, that's something that we can start including, but I'm pretty sure we already did that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments right now? Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. So thank you, Travis, to you and Ken for the memo and for the information of what's being done. I really appreciate that. I'm trying to get my thoughts right to say what I want to say. I think a lot of our requests and our hopes are kind of aspirational. Not that it can't happen; it certainly can happen. I also think I don't want us to get our hopes up so high that we, as a planning commission, are going to be able to address all of the inequities going on in the city. I don't say that to be pessimistic. I think this exercise that we're going through is going to yield good results. What I'm saying is it starts so far ahead of us, or it needs to start so far ahead of us. I think my hope is that by the time cases get to us, it's already been through a lens of equity. So we don't have to spend so much time and worry about the language and go back and forth about has this been done, has that been done? And I think that's why maybe I've kind of honed in on the comp plan. Really it starts before then as well. But to give an example, the first case we heard today, I'm going to be honest, it hurt me to vote in favor of it. But I felt constrained to vote in favor of it because it was consistent. It's a good development. The applicant had been responsive to the suggestions. They had reached out to community members. So I couldn't in good conscience vote against it. However, I'm also aware that the process that it had been through before it got to us was inequitable. So what I was looking at didn't feel equitable to me. But I try to be consistent and I try to be fair. So I had to vote for it. So I say that to say that, yes, I think having retreats are great. I think having Dr. Caesar come and talk to us is great. I think hearing what we might be discussing in our staff reports, I think that's great. but it's so important that the entire process is equitable. And then I think by the time it gets to us, we're just being consistent with what already has happened, and hopefully we'll see more equitable outcomes. I don't say that to say that all of the outcomes we're seeing are not equitable. But what I'm saying is I don't want us to feel like we're going to be able to change the world here. I mean, we can raise a red flag, we can say this needs to happen, we need to look at this, but in all honesty, we're limited as a body in what we can do. It needs to be an equitable process from the very beginning, so when it gets to us, we aren't facing such a burden to make sure that what comes out is equitable. Because in effect, what we might do is be unfair to an applicant and vote against something when we really didn't have justification to vote against it, to make a statement. And I don't want to vote yay or nay to make a statement. I want to do what we've been asked to do as a commission. And the hope is that the entire process will be equitable from beginning to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bennett. That was great context and perspective. So I mean, with that, I don't really want to say much more. You know, I think that staff has their eye on a few things, and I think that we'll continue to kind of hold accountability, you know, I think to staff to kind of and give feedback and look at it as a continuous kind of loop so that we can, you know, hone, I think as Commissioner Bennett said, what we're seeing in front of us. So thank you again for your kind of commitment and leadership on this. I guess with that, we can move on to a report of the members. Does anyone have any updates?
I just want to quickly say, Matt, I know you don't want to add a whole lot to that. And I agree, Ms. Bennett, that was great context and perspective. I'd just like to add the word, for me, that was pretty inspirational. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. The only last action that we have is to just approve the September 8th meeting minutes.
Hold on.
Yep.
That would be me.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's I blend into the background. I see that. So, well, this is the thing, and again, not to drone on, but this is one thing that bothered me at the top of our meeting when we were getting to the old business, and I want to address it because as aspirational and inspirational as Commissioner Bennett was, is, and forever will be, I would like to maybe drill down a little bit on an exact, for instance, that we can touch because it just happened. Making the comparison of the Z14 19, which is the Bragg Street development that we talked about, in comparison to Z1420. The thing that stuck with me was with Z1420, there was an itemization of where the dumpsters were going to be. It was a part of the plan. It was written out. In comparison to having to drill down, okay, artwork, where is it going to be? How is it going to, what's the continuity of it? Will it be forgotten? Talking about and drilling down open space as opposed to it being an implication. And let's just be honest, when we're talking about implications and interpretations, that can change over time, and that can also change with reading, and especially if we're talking about HOA. And so let's just look at the differences between the two. We have a development, a beautiful development on the cusp of a Black community, not even on the cusp, in the Black community, and we're leaving it up to interpretation, what is clearly written, and making sure that it is implemented as such, versus dumpster location. That is triggering as we're talking about what equity is, as we're talking about how that manifests. And so while I understand the aspect of not what should happen as it comes to us, I think it's things like this that we need to keep an eye on to make sure that from our part going forward, if that part is hit, if that part is not filtered through, that we see it and we address it. And we're also sensitive to it and what the implications are today, tomorrow, and to the next. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you, Commissioner Winters. I think that it's yeah, and thank you for everyone for hanging around today. Like it's late, and I apologize that we did not get to this sooner in the day as well. I think discussions like this should maybe go at the front of the meeting as opposed to the back going forward. The last, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last, sorry, my throat's really dry. Order of action is the minutes for September 8th. Looks like Commissioner Fox, you had a comment?
I have a few edits or amendments to the minutes as they're currently drafted. On page 4 in our discussion of Z1419, I would like it to address that we identified that project cultural districts in the comprehensive
Mr.
plan.
Fox, you kind of went silent for a minute.
Oh, sorry. I have many people using my bandwidth because they're at school. Okay. The minutes, Z1419 on page 4, I'd like to edit the minutes to include the identification of that project as being in one of the 2 cultural districts in the comprehensive plan. And then additionally on page 5, the discussion about Z1520, the motion itself also included the referral of some items to strategic planning.
Okay, thank you. With those updates, I will move approval. And do I see a second? Commissioner Fox?
Second.
With that, Shanitha, if you could take roll call, please.
Ms. Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Hicks?
Aye. Aye, excuse me.
Ms. Lampman?
Aye.
Mr. Mann?
Aye.
Ms. McIntosh?
Aye.
Mr. O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Ms. Winters?
Aye.
All right. Well, with that, I'd like to thank everyone for your time today. This has been a longer meeting and look forward to our continued work together, particularly around a lot of these issues of equity, and just really appreciate the conversations we're having right now. So thank you. And with that, I bid everyone a nice afternoon and a friendly reminder that we do have committee of the whole meeting on Thursday at 4 p.m. We'll see everyone then. Thanks. Bye.